Hey, family. Sorry, Mel is texting me just as we're getting started. It has been, what is it, 2 weeks? Oh my God, this is probably the longest that I have ever been away from you guys. And for those who are like, oh, Blue, we're so happy you were on vacation, I was not. I have not been on vacation. The minute I got off my last live with you guys, which was, hold on, let's see, when was the last time I was on live? By the way, guys, I am sick as a dog right now. I'm medicating. For those who don't know, I have endometriosis. So whenever I have my cramps, I have to be on bed rest for a week. It's the 1 week out of the month where I am mandated to be still. The last time I went live was 13 days ago. Was it 13 days ago? Yeah, 13 days ago. That's wild. Yeah, guys. So it's been almost 2 weeks. I have never been gone for more than like 5 or 6 days. This is double that. That's because my sister Mel just started working as my assistant 2 weeks ago. So when I took that time off, it was to head to New York to celebrate with Bridget for her 40th birthday. We had a really great time at this R&B spot that was playing 90s R&B all night. And I was so tired I didn't post any videos from that. So we were in New York for Bridget's birthday. I also had a business meeting in New York with our new development team and Bridget and my sister. It's one of those things where it's like I've started this business, but people who love me have all kind of signed up to help me do their part. So we had a business meeting there. Then I went to DC top of last week to where my sister is currently living. She's moving from DC to Boston. We were in DC for 2 days. I caught up with friends that I've known for 20 years that I have not seen in like 5 years. So we had like a little 20-year reunion. Then I flew to Boston and then spent 4 days spending thousands of dollars redoing the guest bedroom in my house in Boston for my sister to move into. Yeah, like, when you're going to college and your mom takes you shopping for back to school clothes and she gets you new underwear and new toiletries and new blankets and new sheets and maybe even like new bed sets, and then she drives you over there and then she sets it up, and then you spend a shit ton of money at Costco and you make sure that you're off, that whole thing. That's what I did for Mel, except Mel is 39, right? And so it's like I felt like a mom. We even joked about it. I felt like a mom dropping off her kid at college when I was just a big sister dropping Mel off at our family home. But we were able to get junk removed from the guest room. We hired this really cute painter, this cute Brazilian painter who, when Mel saw him, her eyes got all glassy. Mel, if you're watching this, right? So Mel has a little crush on our new painter. So he painted her room. He'll be back later, probably in a couple of weeks, to paint the kitchen. So yeah, I'm juggling so much life right now that literally up until Mel drove me to the airport, we were doing stuff for the house, setting her up, sending messages to all the tenants who live in my property, checking on my mom. It was like a whole whirlwind. I leave Mel. I get on the flight. I land in LA, and the day I land in LA, I start my cycle. So I went from 8 days of constant nonstop travel and work to the last 4 days of feeling like I'm having contraction pain. So when we were like, "Oh my God, we've been gone for 2 weeks. I'm so happy you got a vacation." What vacation? There was no vacation. In fact, the irony is my vacation is supposed to start tomorrow when me, Bridget, Estelle, and my sister all go to a beach house that I rented out in Malibu for my birthday weekend. And a small group of us are going to go see the Michael movie tomorrow after we check into the Malibu house. Then on Friday, I'm having a bunch of my favorite people show up to a very intimate dinner party in Malibu for only something like 18 to 20 of us. So very small, intimate group. I'm really excited. I remember I was reading off the list to Kendall, and Kendall was like, "Oh my God, I love everybody on this list. This is like it's all just people who feel good." When you go to a function, there might be some people that you're really looking forward to seeing, like, "Oh my God, so and so's gonna be there." But then like you get there, there's gonna be this one asshole who you're just gonna have to like grin and bear it. I made it a point that that asshole is not in the room. There's not a single person at this table that is not somebody who I feel completely safe with and someone who my nervous system approves of. That was my only rule for the guest list, was who is nervous system friendly. Not who do I love the most, who really needs a win, who do I need to catch up with because it's been forever. Who doesn't feel like labor? Because we have to be honest, guys. A lot of times the people in our lives, we love them, but there are some people who have more labor taxes than others, right? And sometimes it's not even about a season of their life, it's just their general disposition. Before we get started with hot topics today, because there's so many hot topics to talk about, I did want to share with you an epiphany I had last week that had to do with eggs. I know, before you're thinking, Blue, did those edibles and Midol you took go to your head? No, just play along with me for a second. I am someone who has always loved having eggs for breakfast in the morning, right? And I guess it's perfect I'm telling the story dressed like this because I'm in my house dress and my bonnet. So I love waking up in the morning and having like eggs and like a protein, another protein and some fiber, maybe some spinach. I love sourdough toast with hot butter. Ugh, I'm such a sourdough toast girl. And in LA, there's a spot called Blue Jam Cafe that's known for their blue jam. So they have the best sourdough toast and butter and blue jam. So I'm a very rustic breakfast kind of girl. Here's the thing though. Whenever I'm home, and this has been true for about 10 years, whenever I'm home, I like a fried egg. However, whenever I am out in public, because I don't want to feel difficult in asking for my fried eggs the way that I like them exactly, I have taught myself in public, I will settle for scrambled eggs. I need you guys to listen to the story time for a second. I love fried eggs, but because the way that I like them is so specific, I have resigned myself to whenever I am not making my own eggs to always ask for scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs are not my favorite eggs. They're just the compromise that I'm willing to make about what I know is easy for other people and what I can live with, even though it's not my preference, right? I have been ordering scrambled eggs everywhere I go for the past, 15, 20 years out of habit. Recently, because I'm finally getting to enjoy my townhouse, because, the last 8 months have been a blur. Whenever I'm home, I only want to make my favorite fried eggs. So one day I was making a fried egg and I posted a picture of it on my stories. I don't do that often, but it was like a cute vignette, right? So I posted a picture of my little fried eggplant with the sauteed spinach. And the algorithm starts sending me egg content. I look at the egg content that I'm getting, and I'm on the road. This is last week. And there's a chart of all the different kinds of egg. Something says, Blue, read the list. So I'm like, why the fuck do I give a fuck about the different kinds of eggs? Yes, sunny side up, that shit is nasty. I don't want sunny side up eggs. To me, that's a clucking chicken. That's an embryo, okay? Sunny side up egg is you eating embryos, right? So I was like, yes, I already know I hate sunny side eggs. I only like my kind of special fried egg. Why do I need this list? Something said, Blue, keep reading the list. After sunny side eggs, it's eggs over easy. I'm like, yeah, that shit still looks nasty. After eggs over easy, it's eggs over medium. And I pause because the very specific way that I like my eggs, with the white parts crunchy but still white and the middle part firm but runny, apparently that's just called eggs over medium. For 15 years, I only eat eggs I like at home because it feels too difficult and annoying to explain how I like them. And the whole fucking time, there's a term universally known throughout the world called eggs over medium that immediately encapsulates what I've wanted all along. So the issue wasn't that what I wanted was difficult. I just didn't have the language to ask for it. The issue wasn't that I wanted something that was too difficult. It's that I didn't have the language to ask for it. Do y'all see where I'm going with this? This is not about eggs, right? Every single day since I think y'all are like, oh shit, we thought this was about eggs. Yeah, right? Every single day since that chart popped up on my algorithm, that clearly shows that what I want is not only reasonable, but more universal than I thought and already has a name. Everywhere me and Mel go, I said, Mel, have you heard about eggs over medium? She's like, yeah, that's my favorite way to make eggs. I said, bitch, that's my favorite way to make eggs. Did you know it was called over medium? She's from Iowa. She was like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. We go to a restaurant in Chelsea, And in Chelsea, we asked for 2 eggs over medium with our breakfast. I immediately look at the plate and realize the person who made these eggs does not fucking know what over medium means, because one of the plates is over hard. It's just a hard, yellow, overcooked, rubbery egg. One of them looks like one of the eggs is over medium and the other one's over hard. And I said, Mel, can I have the runny plate? Because I'll just have to eat the one that makes sense and just give it up to God that they fucked up one of my eggs. Mind you, I just figured out how to ask for these fucking eggs. So I'm excited. I eat my one runny egg. I try to stab at the one that's hard. It's rubbery. It's nasty. I'm not going to fuck it up. But that one egg was cool. So I'm excited that I at least got one good egg. Mel, who's just been going through a lot, looks at the plate and she was like, I don't want this. I said, yeah, I didn't want it either. I just ate the one that was the least worst. She's like, yeah, I'm just tired of things that I don't want. I'm just tired of things that I don't want. And we called over the waitress and we said, hey, you guys made our eggs over hard instead of over medium. She looks at Mel and says, oh, I can refund you. She looks at mine. She's like, your plate is gone. I said, yeah, I was trying to work with it, but she was brave enough to ask for what she really wanted. Huh? So they refunded Mel's banana bread because they were like, we're not going to refund the eggs if one of you bitches ate most of it. But I was thinking to myself, Blue, you just learned how to ask for what you wanted, and you're already making concessions when people get it wrong. It's okay to just ask again. You guys see how this is not just about eggs, right? And mind you, the old me is the kind of person who would have just sent the plate back, but I was so excited to even be in the realm of what I wanted, I forgot how to self-advocate for a second. And I'm like, oh my God, this has been an interesting week. Like, there's all these little quiet moments of mundane things teaching me universal lessons. And so this is all to say, guys, if there is something that you really, really want that you are convinced is too specific and too difficult or too particular for to be easygoing, because apparently being easygoing makes you a good person, bullshit. If you worry about asking for what you really want because you do not want to be perceived as difficult or hard to love or deal with, be willing to ask yourself, is that narrative really true? Or have I just not found the language to say it in a way that's simple and clear? All right. All right, let's see who's in the room. Hi, friends. Blues B Days 424. Yeah, that's Friday. YouTube takes a percentage of 40% of super chats, so you can cash up our Blue to this one too. Thank you, Florence. I appreciate that. In fact, it's so crazy because I had a week with family, setting my sister up, maxing out my credit card and getting points. I will say this though. I maxed out my credit cards doing all this family and birthday stuff because first week is Bridget's birthday, second week, last week was Mel's birthday, third week is my birthday, the week after that is my friend Rizzo Costa's birthday, and there's a bunch of birthdays sprinkled in between. So this was going to be a very expensive month of me traveling and my sister traveling a lot for birthdays and stuff and just for closing down the shop, right? So the shop renovation cost me some coin. I put a deposit on that. It just started 2 weeks ago. My sister's travel because she's working as my assistant. I pay for her travel. So all these bills racked up and I was like, fuck, bitch. Like, this is a big ass bill. But after I paid the bill, I went and saw that I had so many American Express points on my Delta account. My next flight to Boston is completely free. So if you are somebody who does not believe in the point system, I am telling you, having a dedicated credit card that is linked to the airline that you travel at and being signed up for the Sky Miles program of whatever airline you travel to, that trifecta of credit card and having a Sky Miles account and being a dedicated flyer, the flight that I got for free was $3,800. I got a $3,800 flight for free, round trip. I've been gone for 2 weeks, guys. I just wanted you to know that I might not be refreshed yet because my real vacation doesn't start till tomorrow, but I definitely feel a lot more relaxed. And also, this has been a triggering week. I'm actually kind of happy I wasn't around last week because for those trigger warning, guys, we're going to be talking about femicide as one of our first topics today. And I want to have this conversation in a way that doesn't feel like we're just bludgeoning you guys with sadness. A lot of powerful Black women have been unalived by resentful men in the public zeitgeist over the last week or two. A lot. For those of you who were not here at the inception of my streaming career last summer, my streaming career started because somebody who I was entertaining romantically lacked integrity and loved to send mixed signals and underestimated how pragmatic and clinical and logical and autistic I was, and thought that he was going to gaslight me, but the facts made it really hard for him to do so because the facts said something other than what he was saying. And in that whole narrative, there was this ongoing almost understanding from everybody, including him, that part of the problem was he thought that I was too good for him. And there are men who say they think they're too good for you, you're too good for them because they just don't like you and they want to gas you up. Then there are niggas who just are insecure and telling you the truth. There is a difference, right? There are some men who will meet a basic bitch and be like, "Oh my God, you're just too amazing for me. It's so hard for me to love," and tell you a sob story. And then there are men who go after powerful women who are statistical anomalies and who are objectively doing well, right? So this isn't one of those, oh, he's just that into you. You're doing too well for him. I think there is a caliber of men who are intrigued, fascinated, obsessed with, and then resentful of powerful women. I am very specifically today going to be talking about this epidemic of what happens when a generation of Black women, there's about 3 generations of Black women right now that are coming into full bloom due to the technological advancements that we've made and the fact that the news cycle has become 24 hours and global. There are women in this world who are coming of age, and I would say it's the women from about 25 to 55. It's like a three decade spectrum of about 25 to 55. It's a sweet spot of women who are coming of age during this time where the patriarchy is collapsing on itself, or having a second puberty and experiencing perimenopause in their early middle age while this is all happening. And they're like, oh, the first version of me did it the old way. The second version of me wants to do it this way. Or it's our elders, our boomers, who just finished their second act and might have thought that they were going to be retiring, but are realizing they have a third win in them. And they're still young enough to play with the 40-somethings. So from 25 to 55, that's a lot of Black women. That's a lot of women in general, right? Shout out to our brown sisters, our white sisters, our Asian sisters, our indigenous sisters out there. But there is a thing that is happening where women who are 25 and women who are 45 are very hard to tell apart because the young girls are aging themselves very quickly due to all the information they're being bludgeoned with. And the older folks are trying to hold on to their joy because they've already been through enough. And so we're meeting in the middle where there was a girl, she was like, I'm 38, but somebody called me 25. And when I said it, the internet dragged me. And I said, respectfully, I'd believe if you told me you were 28, 38, or 48. That's not a testament to how good you look. It's more of a sign of the times that those ages are, the distinctions between those ages have been blurred, right? Part of that blurring is there are things that you would normally hear happen to an elderly auntie that you now see happening to a 35-year-old auntie because she's advancing quicker, right? So as much as we're advancing financially and politically and intellectually and spiritually, which is why we're not getting married under desperation, right? I think the reason why the marriage rates have gone down and the birth rates have gone down is the awakening that's happening. That's created the word woke. A lot of women who are awakening are like, I thought I had to have a child and a partner by any means necessary, even if I was miserable, in order to check it off. But I've now seen so many TikTok story times and YouTube videos and Dateline specials and reels about women who have done that and said, it's some bullshit over here. You were better off single and waiting for the real thing, or just being alone with your homegirls than on this bullshit. So many women are realizing that the door that is being closed in front of their face wasn't leading anywhere. That we're only getting married if it feels safe. We're only having children if we feel equipped and supported. We're almost like circumventing those pitfalls, but it also means collapsing traditional structures that normally didn't care about our consent or well-being, right? The institution of marriage, traditionally speaking, was not meant to uphold the psychological safety of women. That was not the premise. I think we can all agree on that, right? That's a factual, right? And so as women are starting to prioritize their psychological, emotional, spiritual, and sexual safety over the appearance of success, it is creating other things like patriarchy, misogynoir, pick-meism, those structures are collapsing under its weight as well. And the men who it's collapsing on, if they are not doing the work to unpack their own patriarchal leanings, their own misogynist bias, their own internalized anti-blackness, if they're a black man, if men are not being equipped and educated about how to handle the collapse, they become violent. Men who cannot keep up with the changing of the tides, men who are wondering why the women who were behind them are now ahead of them, trying to give them instruction. If they are not emotionally intelligent, which is why emotional intelligence is one of my passions in this world. Like I really believe there's not a single person in this world whose life would not be better with more emotional intelligence. Those men who are ill-equipped get frustrated. Stupid people are the most violent, guys. Unequipped people are the most violent. Ignorant people are the most violent. Study after study has told us that the reason why the GOP is so anti-intellectualism is because the GOP could not thrive if intellectualism was able to permeate their party. Intellectualism means questioning authority and unpacking systems. You literally can't do that and be a part of the GOP successfully. That's why they always say these elite liberals, right? These intellectual Ivy League liberals, they use education as a four-letter word because all you need is a little bit of education to be like, this is some bullshit. There have been studies, the IQs and education levels of the GOP as an aggregate is significantly lower than that of liberals because liberalism is thought to be tethered to critical thinking, and critical thinking needs some kind of framework in education. So if you attack education, you create more dummies and more sheep. Right, so the whole liberal tard, like anti-intellectualism thing that you hear from the GOP, they know their people are stupid. They're doing their darnest to keep them that way. And so when you stupefy people, right, when you make people dum-dums, when it comes around the lines of gender, which is what the incel culture, the Andrew Tate culture does, angry people are usually people who are frustrated because they can't keep up. If you thought everybody around you was speaking in ancient Latin and you only knew English and Mandarin, you would eventually get pissed off about all these glorious conversations happening in ancient Latin that you can't join in on. That's how a lot of men unfortunately feel. A lot of men who have not been armed to be in a world where they actually have to have emotional intelligence and some sort of psychological safety because a big dick and a big wall is not going to be enough. Those men are either going to have a ego death that makes them has to face themselves and grow the fuck up, or they're going to kill women and or themselves. Unfortunately, a man who's not willing to work on himself is dangerous to women, right? Because they don't implode, they explode more. And that's because of how they're socialized, right? And men are not like pathologically predisposed to be bad. Men are socialized to be like this, right? And I'm saying men are socialized because masculine energy like this also exists in the queer community. And I think a lot of times when we think about these conversations, we think about cis het relationships, one man, one woman. But the LGBTQ plus community has ridiculously high rates of domestic violence. Ridiculously high rates. And I wanted to start today. I was thinking about what would the theme be for today. And I realized that I'm going to be talking about Wes and Sierra and Amanda Batula from Summer House. And don't worry, for the 40% of y'all who don't know who any of those people are, I will be level setting. But I was thinking about Cerina, Fairfax, and Miss the vice mayor, Miss Matire. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her last name correctly because I'm bad with vowels. And I was thinking about those two cases of women who passed away because they had husbands that were jealous of their light and wanted to snuff it out fatally, unfortunately. Then I thought about Sierra and how supportive and loving she's been to both Amanda and West, and how her loving them and shining, they both bonded over the resentment of her because she loved them. I'm thinking all these Black women who are walking in love and who are being unalived and or emotionally crushed because of it. People who are broken resent your wholeness unless they're willing to work on acquiring their own. And I really wanted to call this live, Amanda, Wes, Sierra, sure. But why does everybody hate Black women so much when they're doing well? Because it feels like there is a current attack on the 92%, for calling our time back. You know how Maxine, not Maxine Shaw, Maxine Waters once said, "I'm reclaiming my time." When the 92% showed up for that last election in America and saw that their voice didn't matter when it mattered most, when it was their turn to have one of their own be president, and we all collectively kind of woke up and said enough. And now it's been battle cry after battle cry of white liberals, black men, Asian people, Latinx people who don't consider themselves black. Everybody's like, oh shit, these black bitches really are taking a nap. Like, y'all really not going to show up to these rallies? Y'all really not going to come to these marches? Y'all don't want none of these pink pussy hats? Y'all not going to do nothing? When people realize that the 92% really was like, I'm good. I'm good. Y'all failed me one time too many. I'm good. I think it, in a way, collectively created a powder keg where the resentment towards black women right now is at an all-time high. And I always find it so hilarious how whatever men in America complain about is usually them doing Spider-Man cosplaying as what's really happening to women. Like, men are having a male loneliness epidemic, but if you talk to a man on a podcast and you tell him you have standards and don't want to be in an abusive relationship, he says, yeah, but if you don't take this abusive relationship from this man who's a Build-A-Bear, you're going to die alone. Men speak as if being alone is the worst case scenario because being alone is the worst case scenario for them. Men's lives get better, statistically speaking, when they get married. Their life expectancy improves. Their quality of life improves. This is all data, guys. Look it up. There has been science for decades that shows that a man's life exponentially skyrockets and improves in quality universally. Fuck love, just quality of life universally. And their mortality rates skyrocket if they get married. For women, it's literally the opposite. Any sociologist will tell you that I'm not talking out my ass just because I have a bonnet on. Our life expectancy goes down. Our health diminishes. Our stress levels skyrocket. We actually are giving up years of our lives to be partnered. And so in a system that increases your quality of life, even if you don't like the bitch, even if you don't love her, a decent wife is going to make your life better. And with the woman, unless he's obsessed with you, your life is guaranteed to be compromised. And mind you, I'm saying this as a woman who is willing to get married because I'm really still holding out hope that I'm going to find somebody who's worth that sacrifice. But unless a woman marries an exceptional man, her life expectancy will go down. Unless a man marries a horrible woman, his life expectancy is guaranteed to go up. We're not operating from the same functionalities. And so these ill-equipped, emotionally unintelligent men who have facsimiles of power that are now outdated and not enough for them to feel like Mr. Big Willie, right? Because back in the day, you had a decent job, you were a public figure, you'd be considered a man about town. Now anybody with a tripod who goes viral can make decent money and be a public figure, right? Like, that's not enough anymore. The girls actually want to be able to have a conversation without their psychological well-being being compromised. So these men have all these outdated facsimiles of power that are not working, and they're also in marriage and partnership with women who are doing the equal amount of work that they're doing publicly, but also have rich social and emotional lives. Somebody said, you are 100% okay. I work with mostly elderly patients, and when the wives die first, the men go downhill fast. Yeah. Oh, I know for a fact that if my mom had not lived when she had her health scare in 2022, my stepdad would probably be on death's door already. The thing that's keeping him alive is the fact that I took over for her, and now I'm the matriarch of the family, right? So women keep men alive. Men compromise women's livelihoods. And I've talked about this before, about the research that's been done where a bunch of men and women were asked one simple question: what is your greatest fear? When they asked men, universally, every single answer they got, it was actually uncanny how many men's answers all fit into the same bucket. Men's number one fear in this planet, in life, is being humiliated. A man's top fear, statistically speaking, based on all this research, again, you guys can look up the research yourselves, is a fear of being humiliated. A man's ego is the thing that society has made his pride and joy and his source of weakness. If you fuck up a man's pride, he is probably annihilated. He is probably will be a shell of himself unless he has some really great therapy and or he was raised or socialized differently, right? When they ask women the same question, what's your biggest fear? Their biggest fear was being unalived. Men are worried about being embarrassed. Women are worried about being dead. You see the difference? You see the difference, which is why when you guys try to make false equivalencies of, well, if she can't do it, why can't I do it? You and her have never been working from the same system with the same stakes. You've never been, never. There has never been a time on planet Earth when any of us who can hear the sound of my voice have been alive, or any of our grandparents have been alive, when men and women have been working from the same metrics in society's eyes. Never. It's not a thing. How are you making an equivalency between why can she do but I can't? Nigga, you can't bleed every week. I'm up here with a heating pad strapped to my chest, having contraction pains. And still said to myself, Blue, you have an audience that loves you, that you cultivated. It's been 2 weeks. It doesn't matter that you've been helping your family and still have not fucking slept. You owe them a life today. There are men who, when they put on machines to feel what I've been feeling this entire life, they can't last 5 minutes without throwing up. I'm going to be experiencing this entire fucking life. I've learned how to push through. We've never been working from the same metrics, my guy. You and me are not the same by design. Doesn't mean I'm better or worse. It just means different, right? And so powerful men who are now partnering women who are not pick-me's and who are therefore unafraid to leave when it stops being mutually beneficial, they become violent. They become violent. And I'm going to be honest with you, when the vice mayor story came out, and the young lady was Haitian, so it popped up on my algorithm a lot because apparently we had some friends in common. Shout out to one of her close friends, Richard Brookshire, is a colleague that I met in my DC days, and he, because he's one of her best friends, spoke at her eulogy. So when the vice mayor passed away, I was devastated, but I was with Mel on a road trip from New York to DC when the Justin Fairfax news broke. We were in the car. And when I read it to her, it was so outlandish. Former vice mayor unalives his wife. Justin Fairfax unalived his wife, who's a doctor, a respected and beloved doctor she works, I think, in dentistry, which is, dental school is very hard. If you don't know, being a dentist is one of the hard forms of being a doctor there is. And so this man, Mr. Fairfax, he unalives his wife in the house while his kids are there. Then he unalives himself. And I'm seeing two Black people who look like people I would see at brunch. Mind you, I'm headed to DC, right? And I'm just like, ooh, what's in the air? And then I see about the young influencer who got engaged in Tanzania with her white fiance, and the very next day she was found unalived under very suspicious circumstances. So as we're hearing about the Fairfax story, we turned on Joe Budden. Joe Budden is actually close friends to the influencer who was unalived, and he's on the thing like sobbing like she was a good girl. She was so amazing. She had such a bright light. I'm like, yo, in the last couple of days, it seems like every time I wake up, a powerful Black woman has lost her life, allegedly at the hands of a man who vowed to love her while secretly resenting her, to her demise. Y'all, do y'all understand how triggering that is for me? When people ask me, Blue, why are you still single? My answer is always, I have yet to meet a man who is energized by me without resenting me for that same energy. If I meet a man who can realize that the thing that makes him attracted to me is not going away after we get together, because a man will think you're so amazing and dynamic and brilliant and pure-hearted and tender and so loving, right? They'll say all these amazing things to you, like, you're such a fucking badass when they get with you. And then when they realize that them loving you doesn't mean they get to manipulate or squander or shrink that, suddenly if they're not equipped, they're going to resent you for it. And so for me, my biggest fear has always been ending up with a coward who secretly resents me but still wants to get put on. I want somebody who is excited for me as I am for them. Mind you, I could never date somebody who I'm not excited for. So if I'm in a relationship with anybody, it's because I already think he's popping at something. I already think, oh my God, he's so great at this thing, or he's really passionate about this, or he's a great family man. Like, I can't befriend, let alone be in a relationship with someone who I don't deeply admire. That's the thing about me. You'll notice all my friends are people that I admire. I don't have like dead weight. And I definitely don't have friends that I keep around because they make me feel superior. Those of you who do that, that's some weirdo shit. That's some straight up weirdo shit. So because I only associate with people that I sincerely admire, because when my autism is set up, I can't lie. I'm gonna tell you I think you whack. So it's better that I just don't have people I think are whack around, right? Intrusive thoughts be winning like shit. So because my intrusive thoughts win all the time, I can't be around people that I don't actually like. Can't do it. Because now I have to explain to the police why we had to get into a fist fight. Yes? So if I'm dating a man, I already think he's spectacular. And because he's not stupid, he knows I'm spectacular, right? I need it to be mutual thirst and mutual admiration. The whole resenting thing. The minute I even smell a whiff of a man being judgmental, mean-spirited, not tender, not sweet, or resentful, I immediately shut down. It's like all the lights turn off. My body is so tired of ignoring those instincts when a man is being a resentful, hating-ass baddie that I can't even... Let's watch the videos, guys. Let's watch the videos. I will say this, too, and this is triggering. The Haitian woman who passed away, the husband who people believe and allege unalived her, looks exactly like Icky. I haven't thought about that man in so long. That shit fuck with me. For those of you who've never seen Icky without a hat, he looks exactly like Icky. Let's watch the first video, guys.
After midnight, with his teenage children at home, police say former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax repeatedly shot his wife Cerina in the...
Now, do you see how this looks like a regular black man that you would see eating shrimp and grits at a local shop, right? And I'm stuttering right now because you guys are having a reaction about the Icky thing. Yes, this is not the one who looks like Icky. It's the next one. I was just warning you ahead of time, okay? But this guy, who does not look like Icky at all, looks like a standard, regular, decent father. And again, because I was in the DMV area when this story broke, it was extra chilling.
Basement before turning the gun on himself.
He's got a firearm with him, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
It happened kind of spontaneously while the 16-year-old son was trying to render aid and check on his mother and call 911 at the same time.
Do you understand how selfish you have to be to not only do this to your wife, but to know that you're leaving behind kids who've had to see it? The level of just blatant disregard for other people's feelings. There's different levels to being a monster. This man is a special kind of monster.
Police say Cerina Fairfax recently had served her husband divorce papers.
So there was obviously some strife going on inside the Fairfax household.
In 2019, when he served as lieutenant governor, 2 women came forward and alleged Fairfax had sexually assaulted them.
Now, here's the part that's crazy. For those who know, I might have almost chosen violence on Roland Martin when this all broke, because the day after the story broke, Roland Martin, rather than talking about the heinous crimes that were committed and how the world lost Cerina, is it Cerina or Selena? Let me make sure I look it up. Justin Fairfax's wife, because I always want to make sure that when these women pass away, that we don't just get their husbands and their attackers' names right. We want them to get their way. Now, Cerina, it is Cerina. Okay, Cerina, and that's Cerina. Cerina Fairfax, right? I'm expecting Roland Martin's going to do the whole Roland Martin thing and say, hey, we lost a soror, a beautiful woman, a mother, a wife, etc. Instead, this fucking turtle meat ass motherfucker in his ascot, well, I feel like the ascot's implied even when he's not wearing it, gets on air and dedicates the entire show to Justin, the murderer, the alleged murderer. No, the fucking murderer. I don't want to say alleged. We all know it, right? And turns it into a show about Black men's mental health and completely centers his frat brother, the one who unalived his wife, and not the actual victim. Roland Martin, this is a special place in hell for you. There is.
In the early 2000s, Meredith Watson and Vanessa Tyson both spoke with Gayle King here on CBS Mornings.
And you made it clear, this is not what I want.
It was very clear.
By the way, guys, for those who are talking about Black men's mental health, which, by the way, when that librarian who's suicidal was asking for help on Threads, y'all dragged him. What happened to Black men's mental health then? There are so many places where Black men's mental health does not have to be a smokescreen for distracting people away from femicide. So many places. But the reason why Justin Fairfax allegedly had mental health issues is because he was depressed about being held accountable for allegedly graping two women. Being depressed that somebody has called you out for graping people is not a mental health crisis. That's not. It's like somebody saying, I'm depressed that I robbed your house and didn't get the big vase that I wanted. So anything I do is black men's mental health. What? You're depressed that you were called out for a previous crime. Roland Martin did a show censoring the mental health of a black man who was depressed because he was depressed about people finding out that he was a rapist. Roland, there's not other things in those sentences that are more alarming to you, like maybe the grape and the unaliving? How is it that I'm just going to video play?
Because he is saying this night was consensual.
If you have to hold someone down, it's not consensual.
Amen.
I honestly didn't know what was going on, and then the next thing I know, like, my head is like literally in his crotch.
Fairfax denied the allegations and never was charged. On Thursday, Meredith Watson's lawyer said in a statement, quote, there were decades of signs of his anger and mistreatment of women. Society must be more responsive when women report these crimes.
That's the thing, too. And for those of you who are jumping ahead to tell the full story, let me level set again. Please do not jump ahead to tell everybody who's watching this everything that's happened in the next 30 seconds because you want to show off how much you know. 40% of the people who come here not knowing anything and wanting to take a journey with us. And you guys rushing to post spoilers is considered you being a party pooper. So that's great that you have Wi-Fi and you know the entire story. Just let us go through it one by one. Okay? Appreciate y'all.
According to court papers, Fairfax's wife claimed that he was an absent father who drank heavily. The couple had been living in separate rooms in the family home behind me, but a judge had ordered Justin Fairfax out by the end of the month and granted custody of the children to their mother.
I've never had a healthcare provider that would talk to me for like an hour about.
By the way, because I'm intentionally playing this as a counter response to what Roland is. We're centering her right now. We're intentionally centering her right now. This woman was a dentist, and I had a car accident with an Uber driver who drove into a sign a couple years ago. And during my deposition last week, I got so angry about how the negligence of this person caused me to spend a year getting dental surgeries. And one of the things that made it bearable was my dentist and his office. They're also kind. They're also lovely. They talk. They ask, how's your mother doing? Hey, are you heading back to Boston? There's a rapport that I've had with this dentist office for the last 3 or so years during some really tumultuous times. And so you might be thinking, oh my God, why is this lady getting so emotional about her dentist? But think about the kind of things that happen in life that require you to have to get reconstructive surgery on your teeth. Whether it's an accident, domestic violence, not having health insurance, poverty-stricken, a disease. Like, doctors see you, even dentists see you in very tender, raw moments. And so I think this woman is getting emotional because to think that something this heinous could happen to someone whose entire life's purpose is to bring kindness and joy and literally help brighten people's smiles, I can see why she's getting emotional. I know she was getting flack, but I totally get it.
Everything, and she was just a really great healthcare provider.
Sounds like you connected with her more than most people would connect with a medical professional.
Yeah.
What does that say about who she was, do you think?
I mean, from my perspective, she was just a wonderful human being.
As the investigation continues, we're learning more about what was going on inside of the home for the last several years. Cerina had filed for divorce last summer, saying Justin had slipped into alcoholism and self-isolation.
Here's the thing. You don't want to be with this man anymore because you recognize that he's not a good person. Ooh, sorry, guys. I also have snacks because I'm taking so many meds. When my edible kicks in, I will be eating snacks soon. So just get used to the mukbang portion of this. But no, imagine you feel so disgusted by the man that you thought you could do life with that you asked for a divorce and you have 2 children with him. So you're trying to keep a brave face for them. But he is now isolating himself and chain smoking and drinking. I can't imagine the feeling of sinking doom that she had to shake off every day to wake up in that house with him. We all know, we all know.
Detaching himself from the family following the 2019 allegations of sexual abuse against him, allegations which he was never charged for. New images from court tonight show piles of cigarette butts outside of the family's home. Cerina telling the court there were times when Justin would only poke out of his isolation to smoke and grab more alcohol, while the two continued living in their Annandale home with their 2 teenage kids.
Folks, this morning, I got a phone call regarding some business.
So this is Roland. For those who don't know, I had an incident involving Roland Martin a couple of years ago. Several years ago, actually. I'm not going to share the incident. Let's just say me and Mel rode up to Roland Martin's house. And we heard about the bullshit that was going on inside. And when we saw this story, I was with Mel. I said, Mel, remember when we rode up to Roland Martin's house and what happened? She was like, yeah. I said, so yeah, I'm not surprised that he's in trying his best to defend this nigga. That's all I will say about that.
So I knew both Justin and Cerina. I knew Justin more. He'd often been on my show. Justin was an alpha fraternity brother. He talked about...
Do you see how a man just unalived his wife and Roland's talking about his resume and his D9 affiliations?
Depression, what he was going through and dealing with.
So let's pause on this caption. Roland Martin just wrote, today's Roland Martin Unfiltered is going to be very difficult. I knew Justin and his wife, Dr. Cerina Fairfax. I was simply stunned this morning when hearing the devastating news of the murder-suicide. Justin was an Alpha Phi Alpha brother in the same Sigma Phi Pi Phi fraternity chapter, Beta Nu, etc., etc. So I don't want to read any of it wrong. I'm going to stop there. Cerina texted me to tell me that she recommended Something University have me as the commencement speaker, and I was saddened when they picked someone else. Cerina was a great professional, etc. He goes on to talk about how Cerina helped him out get a gig or something, right? This does not feel like the appropriate response when one of your homeboys unalives his wife in front of their kids and in the same house as their kids and then unalives himself. This tribute feels more like a LinkedIn bio being read off. Almost as if to say, hey, he was one of us. He was part of this chapter. He had these letters. He was Greek. And, his wife that he unalived, too bad for her. But she was a little cute too. She had a good head on her shoulders. I see both sides. I'm just sad for everybody. Like, this is not the time to have a neutral take. Like, ugh. This is disgusting.
I just got finished watching Wasting the Hour of My Life That I'll Never Get Back, the special episode of Roland Martin Unfiltered, where they were basically eulogizing Justin Fairfax. It's just amazing how in that whole hour, at least from what I saw, nobody outright condemned what he did. Nobody condemned particular violence by black men against black women. Also, this is a reminder that as long as you are not gay or engaging in homosexual activities, black men will still want to be in community with you and post pictures of y'all.
As long as you're not gay or involved in homosexual activities, black men will always have each other's backs. That's a chilling sentiment.
Cheesing and smiling together, even when they've done something heinous and caused their own demise, they will still celebrate you. And the way people were talking about Justin Fairfax, you would have thought that he went out a revolutionary for the people instead of terrorizing his wife and probably terrorizing his kids as well. Because what we do know about abuse is never just limited just to the other adult. Anybody in vicinity can also experience abuse, and I'm just speculating, but about what actually happened in their situation, but I'm pretty sure studies and research shows that she wasn't the only one that experienced the impacts of his actions. The thing that was annoying me about that conversation is the men on the panel, most of them were acting like this is our first time being here and we need to put effort into figuring out why black men do what they do and they act the way that they act.
Anybody who's acting surprised or shocked that misogyny exists in 2026 is full of shit. I've seen so many clips of good dudes saying, oh my God, what do you mean black men in LA don't date black women? Really? You don't come off like a good guy when you pretend that obvious infractions on marginalized groups are happening around you. You playing stupid to the obvious inequities in society in this day and age does not make you seem pure. It makes you seem privileged and ill-equipped and uninformed. Like, it's not attractive.
My advice is, when there is a clear pattern of abuse, and from what is being reported on how Dr. Cerina had to protect herself, even before they got to this point by installing security cameras in the house to show that she was actually the victim of abuse when he tried to weaponize the police against her.
And this comes up a lot, guys. Because he was someone she knew she couldn't trust, she put cameras all around the house, and he called the police alleging that she abused him. And the only reason it didn't work was because the footage showed otherwise. Imagine, what did I always say? That black men who do not like themselves, black men who are in incel culture, who are steeped in race wars and diaspora wars and gender wars. They love all the wars, right? Anything that makes them feel bigger than somebody else who's also marginalized. Those black men of weak integrity, they love. They love playing victim and they love playing Karen. I hate to say it, but I've been saying it for about 3 years now. Black men, certain sections of black men have now become the new Karens. Karens are no longer just white women. And so the fact that this woman knew that she had a man on her hands who's going to act like a fucking Karen, and she was right, just like with a traditional Karen, it was only the video that absolved her. So that right there tells you his character.
Don't nobody have time to figure out why the black man is doing what they're doing when black women are dying daily at this point. And the fact that the story is not being contextualized with the other stories of this, again, happening to not only black women and femmes of all social statures, but particularly black women and femmes in the spotlight in these high profile situations. I just feel like this interview, it dropped the ball. And also, can we be open to the possibility that maybe black women and femmes black men don't deserve to be in community with black women and femmes? And let's be open to the idea that black women and femmes have everything that they need to survive and take care of each other.
Here's the thing that's so tricky about this conversation. History has already shown that black men have been systemically removed from the black home, and out of necessity, black women for generations have already learned how to survive without men. So that's a matter of fact, not opinion. My pushback, though, is the quality of life, some could argue, has suffered because of it. Survival and thriving and prospering are not the same thing. So can black women and femmes survive without men? Absolutely. We know that for a fact. It's been happening for decades. Our communities have been systemically ravaged and torn apart on purpose for decades, by design, not a fluke. So we know survival is something that we're capable of. But I do not think that thriving and healing can happen in a silo. I think that thriving and healing does require us to be in community with men who are willing to confront and dismantle the systems of oppression that live in themselves, and then take on the mantle of championing the cause to other men and not only expecting women to be screaming at men about this. So I do think that we do need men for the next step above survival. But for survival, she's technically accurate, but I always feel like it's a little bit more nuanced than just what we need to survive.
They always have had everything that they needed to take care of each other. Black men are the ones that are suffering without that connection, as we can see. So I just really, this is just another example of.
I'm going to repeat this respectfully, lovingly. If you put me in a room with 10 Black women who are thriving on their own and ask them what can make it better, the ones who are honest and of a certain age will all say they wish they had a partner. I'm going to repeat this, guys. There's levels to this. It is intellectually dishonest to act that, universally speaking, Black women's lives cannot be enhanced by having male partnership with someone who's psychologically safe. Just because it's rare to find men who are psychologically safe doesn't mean that our lives are not enhanced when we do come in contact with them. And I'm not willing to ignore such a human need just to sound big and bad and brave and feminist. Every woman I know whose life is fucking popping and who is doing better than most of the fucking planet, who is still single, says that she's not willing to give up her life and her joy for any man, but if she found a man who was psychologically safe, her life would be 10 times better. Can we keep it a fucking stack? And yes, there are gray sexual and asexual people who are outliers, sure, but that's not the majority of us.
How in this situation, Black men refuse to call. Do you know what this is? This is going to be my last point, and I'm going to get off of here. How they acted on it, particularly Roland Martin, when the girls are. Shout out to the girls in the comments of this post here that were dragging him and getting his ass together in the comments like he needed to be, and he actually was addressing it in real time on the show. The way that Black men have their head in the sand and are acting like we didn't know and you have to give us grace, while Black women are being fucking shot and beat the fuck up and being talked down to every day. Y'all sound just like those MAGA Republicans who are now having a change of heart because all of these messed up policies are landing in their backyard, even though they voted for Trump 3 times. Y'all sound just like them white people that voted for MAGA 3 times. Black women.
Love, you get to disagree, by the way, because I didn't say all women, so there's going to always be outliers. So I was disagreeing with an absolute. You're disagreeing with a nuanced take, right? An absolute is saying we don't need them at all. That is absolute. I disagree that we all don't need them, because if even one of us needs them, it's false, right? I'll be the one. If even one woman who is thriving admits that she feels her life can be enhanced by a man, it's already untrue. So it only takes one person to disprove an absolute. You're actually allowed to disagree, because my point is it's a mixed bag. So you disagreeing actually proves my point. It is a mixed bag. There are women who are asexual, gray sexual, demisexual, hypersexual, pick-me's. And some of them bitches are thriving and think they do better with a man in their lives. I think there's an ego and a bravado and a hyper independence when women who secretly wish they could find the right partner lie and say they don't want one at all because they think what they do want is improbable. Did y'all miss the beginning of this when I talked about the eggs over medium? How I spent 20 years asking for scrambled eggs because I didn't think that I could find a way to tell people how I wanted my eggs actually cooked without seeming difficult. Whole time, eggs over medium was the answer. And the minute I realized how to say eggs over medium, suddenly the thing I convinced myself for 20 years I couldn't have, I have it every day for breakfast now, right? So like, I'm leaving open the possibility for more. I'm not debating people's ability to be independent. In fact, hyper independence is killing us. I believe that Black women could survive the apocalypse alone. They would also probably have high cortisol levels and imbalanced hormones from not being held and being affection deprived. There's an affection deprived pandemic happening with Black women, and some of it is steeped in pride. A lot of it is steeped in fear of patriarchy and violence. That's valid. And some of it is steeped in pride. Some of you do have people who would be willing to at least try something with you and let themselves love you, but you're so worried about being hurt that the possibility of meeting somebody who's safe is not even allowed to grow. And that scares me. That scares me because that's when the female loneliness epidemic is going to start. So y'all can be prideful all you want. I can do that by myself. Sure. Great. I come from a long life of bad bitches who do it all for themselves and then die with regret because they didn't have enough community to have their back. I lost my aunt that way. I almost lost my mother to that. So I'm sorry. As somebody who's watching what it looks like at 80, I don't have the luxury of being on some bullshit right now. It's easy to lie at 40. It's really hard to lie at 80. Make sense? So yes, guys, you're allowed to disagree. Let's just stop pretending that we don't want to be held.
We don't have time or the grace to give y'all to get it together, because y'all have had enough time to do it, and y'all don't want to do it. Y'all have demonstrated time and time again you don't want to do it. Y'all are not willing. And never once did I hear anybody say, I'm willing to socially cut off somebody that is being harmful or violent to a black woman. Not one time did I hit it, because y'all are not going to do it. Y'all might have a conversation, but y'all are not going to.
And this is an excellent point. What will it take for a man to stop being in community with another man? I think the next time I date somebody seriously, I'm going to non-judgmentally try to create a space where he's comfortable enough telling me where he is in his manhood about how he decides what kind of men to be in community with. Because it's physically impossible to work in this industry without in some way finding yourself in a room with someone who's done things you don't agree with. It's impossible. Either you're not getting booked or it's happening, right? And so there are several people that I probably won't ever cover because our lives are too interconnected, and the blowback it would cause to people I love who might be affiliated with them isn't worth a 10-minute kiki online, right? And there's plenty of people who I don't have any allegiance to or any connections to or conflict of interest with that I'm totally open to talk about without it causing an issue. And I'm not fucking CNN. It's not my job to talk about everybody to begin with, right? I'm a bitch in her bonnet just trying to have a good conversation with some educated people, right? So even in my job right here, I do make choices about what I cover, what I don't cover, and what is not worth the trouble. And so it's not that I don't understand the feelings that Roland Martin had. I'm disgusted by the approach that he took and how he doubled down on it, even after he was told how much harm he was causing.
Kick a black man out of community. When have y'all done that? So I'm going to end this here. Black women and femmes, let this be a reminder that we are on our own. It's okay to have fun with these men. If you get married to a black man, do that at your own risk.
I do plan to marry a black man. Oh gosh. And here's the thing. My vetting is not just me anymore. At this point, I feel like any man who I even sniff out and bring up to my friends, because I have a rule, I won't bring up a man to my friends unless we've been on 3 dates where I feel very safe and excited. By the time my sister, Bridget, Estelle, Carlos, Kendall, Dexter, Mike, my friends are so sick of me being mishandled. At this point, unless you got a bunch of chalants and you make me feel like a pretty girl and make me feel real safe, fuck princess treatment. I want a dream girl treatment. Have y'all heard this new thing where the girls say, fuck princess? A princess is a toy. A dream girl is somebody you invest in. Love that. Sorry, I did the wrong finger. Love that. So if I am going to have anybody survive my friend group, it has to be somebody who's like ridiculously compassionate and kind. Nobody who loves me has the energy to watch me go through another icky situation, right? And I kind of love that because we're all tired. The only thing that I trust more than maturity is fatigue. A tired nigga will tell you the truth. I tell people all the time, find you people who are tired. A decent person who's tired has way more integrity than a good person with a lot of energy. No, just find people who are a little bit tired. And by tired, I'm joking, but I'm not. I mean someone who is tired of the bullshit, tired of making excuses, tired of doing things the old way, tired of all the stuff that we have energy for in our 20s and early 30s. Find somebody who's tired of all that shit. Is like, I just want to be happy to fuck. I trust tired people so much more than the highly energized young ones. You know why? Because I didn't trust me when I had a bunch of energy. I was doing a bunch of... There's some shit y'all be like, Blue, you're so mature. I just got tired. I'll take it. Sure. And honestly, maybe maturity, part of maturity is getting tired. I don't know. I just work here, right? All right, let's continue watching. Oh, somebody said something about how they wanted to hang out with me, and that actually reminded me of something. I can't find the comment. For those of you who hold on, let me see. Here it goes. I'm checking hair out with blue. For those of you who are in the members chat, because to make up for the fact that I was gone for 13 days because I was, 12 days. This is day 13. I was gone for 12 days because I was moving my sister to a completely different state, setting up the house, checking on Bridget for her 40th, checking on my mom, all that stuff. And I said, how do I make it up to the members? So what I've decided is in Malibu on Friday, because my birthday is actually on Friday, I'm going to do some members only live from Malibu on Friday. I'm probably going to do one in the afternoon while D is doing my makeup, because you guys always love when she does my makeup. So we'll have a live over in the makeup chair. Maybe my sister or Bridget or whatever can come say hi in the background. I might do another live that night during the party, depending on how the vibe is. If it's too private, then no. But I will definitely do a live from the beach house at some point. So yeah, for the members, I will do my best to do at least one, maybe two members only lives from the beach house sometime this weekend. We're going to be in the beach house starting tomorrow till about Sunday or Monday. So yeah, I'm excited about that. Just wanted to say that. All right, let's go back to the live.
Have kids, make sure you have the kids in a way where you're able to have autonomy over the kid. Y'all, we on our own. And this conversation just reaffirmed that Black men are just going to gaslight themselves into delusion so they can continue to operate from a place of comfort and delusion. And y'all are mad because people are divesting, and this is just where we are, and y'all need women to survive, but it doesn't work the other way around. But these are my thoughts. I'm sure y'all will have commentary, and I'm sure Roland will probably be dragging more people in the comments, but yeah, this is an hour of my time that I will not be getting back.
I consider myself a reasonable person, and if you know somebody personally, right, and then they do something heinous, your first thought might be, what happened? What led to that? How could the person that I know have done such a thing? But on the other hand, they still did the heinous thing. Okay? The thing was done. So when it comes to Justin Fairfax taking out his wife, taking out himself, and leaving his kids orphans, we don't care that that was your fraternity brother. Amen. And that you knew him as a good guy. And now is not the time to come online and say that. I mean, he just did the shit 2 days ago. And look, I understand we're all humans. And when something this bad happens, the natural reaction is to try to process and see what exactly led up to it. But to come on here and show pictures and talk about what a great guy he was, knock it off. Knock it off. You guys can have your little sessions over to the side. But no. Publicly, now's not the time.
People's instincts tell on them. The fact that you can hear that a woman has been taken from this world and her children, and that her kids were in the house when it happened, and your first instinct is to protect a Black man's ego rather than hold him accountable for the generations of trauma that he's caused. That tells me what kind of man you are. The fact that Roland Martin's brain went straight to, our brother must have been depressed, instead of, oh my God, we just lost our sister. I'm choosing my words carefully for legal reasons, but there's a certain kind of man who doesn't think it's as big a deal as we do. Every day y'all telling yourselves.
Say her name, Dr. Cerina Fairfax, and how her life got wiped out.
No, I don't think tone deaf is the problem. I think there's, when things are normalized, it's hard to find things heinous when they're normalized.
Out in the blink of an eye, with both of her kids in the house. I mean, come on, knock it off. This is utterly ridiculous.
For over 20 years, Roland Martin has been a journalist.
So I will say this. I was so angry at Roland Martin, and him and Dominique, I think, were having a back and forth. I did pop into her DMs and told her some of my Roland Martin story. It was in alignment with what she had heard herself. So yeah, Roland Martin has been fighting and tussling with the girls. And when he took his post down, and somebody was rushing to tell us in the comments, he made it clear that he took his post down, not because he gave a fuck about triggering survivors and victims of abuse, or the fact that he had centered a murderer, or the fact that he was being tone deaf to the family of Cerina. No. He made it a point. He wanted us to know that he only took it down because the alphas asked him to take it down. Fuck us. He wanted us to know, fuck us.
And a thought leader in many of formats.
By the way, guys, I just found a cupcake in the freezer. I will be eating it. I don't know what to tell y'all. I just wanted to give you a heads up why I'm about to fuck up this cupcake while Dominique is talking, because my meds just hit. Love you.
Okay. Now, first I want to point to you, the song used in this Instagram post is Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Wake Up Everybody. And so that gives me the impression that he feels like people are asleep and he's awake and he is meant to be the Pied Piper. So positioning himself as if he needs to bring a factual analysis and an aha to people. For lack of a better term, people aren't getting it enough. The second thing I want to point out is that the litany of Black women who shared with him, either adding him or otherwise, that he missed the mark with his efforts to address this issue with tact, journalistic integrity, and care for Black women and Black people overall. He met those, those expressions with deflection and minimization and dismissal. And then he rested. And he got up this morning and he made this post. I normally don't delete any social media posts unless there's a factual error. What about when there is a error of skill, facilitation, and poor stewardship? I would add that to your rubric, to the...
An error in judgment counts. By the way, this cupcake, I put it in the freezer on New Year's. It probably has a big 6 on it because it's 2026. Usually when I freeze things, they come out tasting fresh. This don't taste that fresh. What's the longest that you can eat a cupcake after you put it in the freezer? It's only been 3 months. This tastes like freezer. I don't want this. Sorry, let's let Dom talk.
SOPs of your work, my God. But I have deleted my Justin. Oh, you misspelled that. And Cerina Fairfax post. I believe you spelled Serena's name wrong.
Damn, he spelled Dustin's name wrong. It said Justine. Roland. Justine. Somebody said only 3 months. Yeah, usually I freeze things for up to 3 months. That tastes like the booty of the fridge, though. I'm not finna eat the rest of that.
Because the leadership at Sigma Pi asked me to do so in order to adhere to the Boule social media policy on sharing member names and images of our society on social media. So he removed it when another nigga called and said it violated their social media policy. He wanted that to be clear because he could delete it and maybe they...
Wait, 6 weeks? Oh, so I definitely don't have to have that in my mouth again. Oh, really? Good to know.
They were the reason, and he could have just let people believe he deleted it because he hurt people. But he wants you to know, to wake up everybody sleeping in bed, that he only took it down because another Black man called and said it violates their SOPs for social media policy.
Yes, guys. People freeze their wedding cakes for a year. That's why I thought 3 months was no big deal. People freeze the top of their wedding cakes and eat it on their 1 year anniversary. So I'm so confused. Maybe I didn't secure it enough, but that cupcake tastes like ass though. By the way, if you're new here, the show is sponsored by ADHD. Love you, mean it. All right, let's continue.
And you gonna misspell these people's names, and yeah.
Hey, so let's not do tributes to the guy who killed his wife and traumatized his kids.
I thought maybe if we had a Black man explaining this as obvious as it is, because y'all know I do my best to have Black men, white women, Asian people, Latin X people. I do my best to have all the girls come and talk to y'all so y'all don't think that I'm just being tribalistic Black women, okay?
But the former Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Justin Fairfax, actually can't be the Black men's mental health mascot that you want him to be, and I will tell you why.
The fact that he even has to tell us why. The fact that he even has to tell us why. is a problem.
Act was so dishonorable because it fit neatly within the textbook character arc of an abuser. It fits so neatly that he's actually the second man to carry out nearly identical high-profile spousal murders this month. My wife was a domestic abuse prosecutor for years.
Do you hear what this man's about to say? Not only is he a prolific social commentator who's about to unpack this in the way that he has shown an expertise in unpacking things, his wife literally works in this field. I want you to understand the informed opinion of this man, because the way other men were attacking him in the comments is wild.
I've watched women and men run up to her in grocery stores to thank her for helping them get out of abusive relationships. And one of the things that she said time and time again that sticks with me in a moment like this, she said that hands down, the most dangerous time for a woman in an abusive relationship is when she is leaving. Because the
most dangerous time for a woman in an abusive relationship is when she is leaving. Again, it's a matter of fact, not opinion, right? I was talking to a friend the other day about how you get to your 40s and you're like, oh, this is the last couple of years where I can have an oopsie perimenopause baby or just be the rich auntie forever. And as I was talking to her about it, we were talking about pregnancy and all the health scares that come with being pregnant. And I said, it's so crazy. Women always talk about the health concerns like hormones, preeclampsia, hypertension, complications with the baby, chromosomal disorders, all that other stuff. And yet, despite all that medical jargon, for my entire existence, the number one thing that takes away the lives of pregnant women is men. The number one killer of pregnant women is not preeclampsia. It's not a lack of vitamins. It's not stillborns. It's not any of that. The number one reason why a pregnant woman will most likely die is because the man who she's sleeping with will likely kill her, unalive her. That's still the number one cause of death for pregnant women. And the fact that the person who put a life in you is also the person most likely to take the life out of you. Yeah, there's a deep and painful irony to that. That is why I have always been someone who, for me personally, having a baby by any means necessary, no, I don't want to pick the wrong person and have that be a lifelong curse, right? So when we talk about how if you're going to be laying with a man to make a child, don't just think about having a baby, think about the man that you're bringing into that child's life. Again, guys, this episode is not meant to be fear-mongering. It's just that we're doing hot topics, and the last 2 weeks, these have been some of the biggest hot topics. And don't worry, for those of you who came here for Amanda and Wes and Sierra, but not spelled the way Sierra is from Love Island. Because you know there's Sierra the singer, Sierra from Love Island, and Sierra from Summer House. So I have to make sure that I say them correctly. We are going to get to that, and it does actually feed into this current conversation because there seems to, again, be an epidemic of resentment towards Black women who are thriving is at an all-time high.
Abuser, whose MO is power and control, is losing that power and control. And you know who else typically has a thing for power and control? Rapists. The Venn diagram in the Justin Fairfax situation is starting to look like a circle, my friends. Men spend so much time saying not all men when women bring up their negative experiences with men. And the thing that's blowing my mind in this situation is that when a man does the unthinkable, we're trying to extrapolate that into a conversation about the mental health of all men. I'm trying to say we can't have it both ways, fellas.
Yeah, you can't say not all men when you hold men accountable, but then make it about all men's mental health when he does the unthinkable. Which one is it? Are you individuals or is it one band, one sound? It can't be both. The rules can't keep changing in order to give you new and sexy ways to shirk responsibility.
And rest in peace to Dr. Cerina Fairfax.
He shot his wife multiple times and then did it to himself, leaving his 2 teenagers to call the police and report what they just witnessed. Mind you, it's all because she served him divorce papers.
Yep.
What really grinds my gears is the fact that back in January, he tried to lie to the police and tell them that she assaulted him. And luckily, the police came and checked the home footage because luckily she had cameras in the house. They checked that and saw that wasn't true. Let that sink in. He has actively been trying to ruin her image and her career. Cerina Fairfax was a well-respected dentist and mother, and he obviously couldn't stand that. He could not stand the fact that she was moving on without him. Another twist to the story is that while he was lieutenant governor, that man was accused of horrific allegations. So it's obvious that this man does not have a good repertoire. Rest in peace to Cerina Fairfax, and let's send prayers out to her kids because they went from having 2 parents to none in a matter of one night.
Hey, everybody. I really need you to lean into this one. Her name.
So shout out to Jackie Reed. For those who don't know, in 2017, Jackie Reed was actually the first podcast that I ever appeared on. There's a mosquito that just came in here through one of the windows. So Jackie Reed works with Tom Joyner. She had a podcast on Sirius Radio with Joy Ann Reid from MSNBC. Joy Ann Reid also used to work at the Griot where I was working at the time. And I did an entertainment segment with Jackie Reed, and I came on her and Joy Reid's show. I think it was called Read This, Read That. They have the same last name. So I've known Jackie for a long time. She's actually who kicked off my podcast career. And when I saw her speak on Cerina, I thought it would be good for us to end with a reminder of who Cerina was outside of the misfortune of who she chose to be married to.
Was Dr. Cerina Fairfax. She was 49 years old, a dentist, a mother of 2 teenagers, a woman who loved to travel, ran trails with her dogs, and by every account, built the life her family lived in. And on Wednesday night, while her children were at home, her husband shot her multiple times in the basement of their Virginia home before taking his own life upstairs. Her teenage son was the one who called 911. Her husband was former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. His name carries political weight, but today he is not the story. She is. Because Cerina Fairfax did everything survivors are told to do. She filed for divorce. She installed cameras in the home after her husband filed a false assault claim against her. Cameras that police say proved the alleged assault never happened. She sought court protection. A judge ordered him out of the house by the end of April. She did everything right, and she still didn't make it out alive. Since the news broke, several Black men who were friends and colleagues of Justin's posted tributes, calling him a good man, a broken man, a victim, framing his spiral as something done to him rather than a violence inflicted by him. In response, Black women are furious, and they have every right to be, because that narrative erases Cerina. It repositions a murderer as a protagonist of his own victim story. And the data backs up exactly why that framing is so dangerous. An estimated 51% of Black female adult homicides are related to intimate partner violence. Black women are murdered by men at a rate of 2.5 times higher than white women. And 96% of murder-suicide victims are female. This is not abstract. This happens every single day. Justin Fairfax was not simply a broken man who snapped. 2 women actually accused him of sexual assault going back to 2000. He denied both and refused to resign. So when Black women say don't make him the story, they're not being divisive. They are demanding that a Black woman's life be treated as precious, as worthy of outrage, as deserving of center frame. So today we say her name, Dr. Cerina Fairfax, devoted mother, accomplished dentist, a woman who deserved to live.
The vice mayor of a South Florida city was found dead in her home Wednesday morning.
Nancy. The fact that we can monkey bar from Cerina to Nancy so effortlessly. You know when you're PMSing, everything hits you a little bit harder because your hormones are going crazy, right? The Nancy story. Oh, that one hit a little bit too close to home, right? Even her friend Richard during her eulogy, he reminds me of my childhood best friend who very much is a tall light-skinned man who loves women, just like Richard. It was like, oh my God, if something had happened to me, if one of those people that I had misinvested in had done the unthinkable to me, it'd be Antonio up there doing that eulogy for me, you know? Like, Nancy's story, the proximity just was a little jarring. And the thing is, I instantly knew the kind of man he was. I have unfortunately had so much experience with loving men who resented me for being better at it, whatever it is, than they were. That I honestly think there's nothing in this world that I find safer than a man who already loves his life before I got there. Well, of course, I want to enhance your life. Of course, I want to make your life better. That's why I'm there, right? But there's something dangerous about men who have nothing without you. We find it flattering. Oh my God, I'm his whole world. No, you're his priority. But I would like his world to be a little bit more expansive than just me. And I fear that in Nancy's story, she, not only did her husband not have his own world, her world eclipsed his, at least in his mind.
And police say her husband is in custody in connection with the case.
This is being investigated as a domestic violence incident. Her husband, Stephen Bowen, is in our custody. There are no additional suspects at this time.
Court records show Bowen has been charged.
Y'all, this looks so much like Icky. I almost threw up when I saw this picture. This is exactly what he looks like with no hat on.
With premeditated murder and tampering with evidence. It's unclear if he has an attorney. Nancy Mate Bowen became the first Black and Haitian American woman elected to the Coral Springs Commission in 2020 and was appointed to her second term as vice mayor in 2025. Her colleagues remembered her as compassionate and committed.
She truly cared about people. Even when people were saying some of the most horrible things about her and us, she still cared, rolled up her sleeves, went to every event that she could go to.
Florida Congressman Jared Moskowitz said she was about to announce a run for Congress, writing on X, "Nancy was one of the nicest people I worked with, always fighting for her community, always pushing to help. She had such a future. This is terrible."
Yo. Who you it's so crazy when we talk about dating and stuff. We always talk about like, oh, I want to get my back late. I'm blown out, or I want to go on a cute date. I want to feel pretty. My man, all that stuff, right? The older I get, the more I realize that our parents were not overreacting when they said the person you choose to marry could be one of the most important decisions of your entire life. There has been so much, you guys know I love to say the word research. There was a video I was going to play. Maybe I'll save it for a happier video about this woman who was talking about this concept of how your partner literally dictates how your brain grows. Who you are around and romantically involved with and doing life with literally has a hard-handed impact on your life trajectory. Men and women who are dating and or in partnership with people who believe in them, who speak life into them, who think that they're talented and have aspirations for them, those people literally see their lives ascend simply by doing life with someone who believes in them. Conversely, the most brilliant minds in this world are always compromised when they are in partnership with those who demean or diminish them. Whatever blessings you got, you're going to get less, right? Oh my God, but I have so many blessings. You would have had more without them. And so because there is so much data around neuroelasticity and how your brain function changes based on who you're in relationship with, and literal metrics of success that are distinguished by who your ecosystem looks like or what it looks like, who you are surrounded with has an impact on you whether you want to admit it or not. Your partner, your friends who you kiki with, whose group chats you're active in, that all has a thing. And what's wild is in Nancy's case, she was excelling everywhere but one. Nancy had amazing platonic friendships. She had an amazing career. She was community and civically engaged. Every single bucket of interpersonal relationship she chose correctly except for one, and that's all it took for her to lose her life. It's not fair that you could be killing it at life this much and something as simple as choosing to lay with the wrong person could undermine all of it. Somebody said that movie Sleeping with the Enemy with Julia Roberts, that movie was chilling. Oh my God, I haven't seen that movie in forever. Maybe I should watch that. You guys, as I enter into this birthday, because for my birthday, I want a husband. I want a husband and health. Like physical, emotional, spiritual, financial, just health, right? And it's so interesting too. The reason why I use the word husband is because I'm rushing to get married. In fact, I'm at the stage of life where I don't even need a wedding. I'm very much justice of the peace type of bitch, right? But the word marriage, in the way that I use it, encompasses so much laughter and friendship and building, that saying husband is like a shorthand for all the other integrity pieces it would take from me. Because y'all know I've already been engaged twice. And so for me to make somebody my actual husband, being engaged is not enough. You actually have to be like a good person, or I'll leave you. There's no part of me that's willing to get married by any means necessary. I'm going to be honest with you, stories like Nancy are why at this season of my life where I'm like, Blue, did you overplay your hand by being so discerning? No, I didn't. Seeing what the alternative could have brought, I'm actually happy that I played it smart.
A statement from Mateo Brown's family said she was a, quote, cherished member of the family and a dedicated public servant, adding, quote, to us, she was a source of strength, wisdom, and love, someone who always put others before herself. Bowen also faced personal tragedy. Her brother, Donovan Mateo, died by suicide in December after a years-long battle with schizophrenia.
Her brother had schizophrenia and just unalived himself in December. This poor family, my God. Oh, bon Dieu. Haitian families are not built for this. We have high trauma responses. This is too much. Somebody go check on her family.
Schizophrenia. According to the family, he was a survivor of the 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
He saw a mass shooting. He saw a mass shooting in 2018, unalived himself in December of 2025. His sister was unalived by April of 2020. My family went through a couple of years where it was like the book of Job, where it was like, so I know what it's like to be that family for a little bit of time. It's not, they all need to get medical care. They're all deregulated. Their cortisol levels are probably through the roof right now. Do you know how nasty you have to be, how resentful and jealous you have to be to know that they just lost somebody in 2025 and you still decide to, I hate nasty.
School in Parkland, Florida. Earlier this year, Mate Bowen was recognized with the Community Award where she spoke about overcoming division.
I firmly believe that our collective strength lies in our ability to show up for one another. We send a powerful message that belonging is not conditional and that our shared humanity.
Somebody said, sometimes I have issues with that perspective because I'm not sure what perspective you're talking about, love. The perspective was all it takes is one bad choice. It puts a lot of weight in the victim. That's not what we did at all, rather than the perpetrator. People do it all the time. So even if you choose well, you can still be you. Yeah, I'm not sure who maybe you're having a conversation with somebody else. The point that I made on here was that who you choose to marry is one of the most important decisions of your life. I don't see anything about that you could disagree with, because that's pretty universally true. None of that is putting it on the victim or the perpetrator. Somebody could pretend to be the best person ever and still unalive you. I'm just saying that that's not a reason not to have heightened discernment.
Is stronger than any force that seeks to divide us.
The Coral Springs Police Department says the investigation is ongoing.
I'm standing with you. The suspect accused in the death of the vice mayor of Coral Springs has officially been booked into jail.
Mr. Bowen, good morning, sir. You're charged with 1 count, first-degree premeditated.
And what's crazy is, and I see you guys are having a debate in here about choice. I'm going to say this respectfully. There is a myth that choosing well will protect you. There is no myth that choosing well should still be an intention. Just because you can't be 100% about choosing the right person doesn't mean you should not heighten your discernment and cultivate better discernment. There's an all or nothing about that thing of just because choosing well doesn't save you, we shouldn't try to choose well at all, that I think is completely defeatist and fatalistic in a way that I can't subscribe to. So yes, you can choose the best person on earth and he could be a sociopath. And that still doesn't stop you from heightening your emotional intelligence and discernment. I think sometimes when we have these conversations, when we think we're trying to absolve victims, we actually take away our own power. There's something disempowering about saying that you cannot have heightened discernment about who you choose, even though nothing is guaranteed. So yes, there's choosing well in the misogynistic sense. Do you think the misogynistic sense that lacks nuance is what we were talking about here in this space, right? We're talking about tone deaf and read the room. What room are you in? Are you in a room where that has to be a concern? Hypervigilance is a trauma response, guys. The fact that even when someone says something that has no bite to it, you can infuse teeth from elsewhere, even though the teeth are not currently present, that is a trauma response. We have to get to a place where we stop using the worst case scenario as an excuse not to do whatever we can within reason. So yes, you can choose the best nigga on earth and he could still be a sociopath. And, thank you, Gia, is the nuance in the room with us. That still doesn't mean that it's something wrong in telling women to choose people who make them feel psychologically safe, who regulate their emotional system, their nervous system, who do not love bomb them, and who, even when they are showing extreme discretion, pass the sniff test. There's nothing wrong with saying that. And none of that blames victims. There's this fatalistic talk that social media has made you guys pontificate, even when you know what the point that's being made, and it's exhausting, and it's part of the problem. Arguing with like-minded people about if water is wet is not going to make you safer. Heightening your pattern recognition, giving yourself permission to take doubt as a no, knowing that nothing sent from the God that you believe in will be steeped in confusion, knowing the signs of being love bombed. You know all the things that I've been teaching for the last 20 years on these pages, right? Like, at some point, we have to realize the call is coming from inside the house. Yes, it's dangerous out there, and that can't be the only narrative that you feed yourself. Somebody said, I know Nancy's family in Coral Springs, and her family is not okay. Please keep her family in your prayer because they're taking it pretty hard. I can just imagine.
Murder, you're also charged with 1 count tampering with or fabricating physical evidence.
55 seconds. That's how long the bond hearing lasted this morning for Stephen Bowen. Standing silent, his lawyer does the talking. Murder and messing with physical evidence are the charges. Sky 10 hovers over the neighborhood Wednesday afternoon. A quaint neighborhood 1 minute, a crime scene the next. And not just any crime, cops say. A murder. The lifeless body of Vice Mayor Nancy Mate Bowen inside her own home.
I just realized I don't even want to say Bowen. I just realized I don't even want to say his name. I've been calling her Nancy Mate. I don't even want to say that man's name.
This is being investigated as a domestic violence incident. Her husband, Stephen Bowen, is in our custody.
Cell phone video shows another scene about a dozen miles away. The area quickly engulfed by law enforcement. An apartment complex in Plantation. Sources, people we trust, telling Local 10 this is where they nabbed the husband.
This is a hard clip to play, but please listen.
Let's start with a number that it stops you in your tracks.
So this young man posted a video about Nancy. And in the video, he was stating all the obvious things that we would all say in the face of such a tragedy, unless you're Roland Martin. And then he said, hey, if you see this video about me and Nancy, that I just made about Nancy, go watch a pinned video I have about femicide, because I'm very passionate about femicide. And I was like, a young Black man who's passionate about femicide. Interesting. So this is the video. And this video I thought was very interesting with the facts that it presented. Now, here's the first fact the video is presenting.
Every 21 hours. That's how often, according to the research we're looking at today, a Black woman in the United States is killed by an intimate partner. That's not just once a day, it's more.
Every 21 hours. Every 21 hours. Every day, a Black woman loses her life because she picked a man who presented himself as safe and wasn't. Because this is the part that we don't talk about, is, especially for me being neurodivergent and taking things at face value, is sometimes a lot of times an abuser will study you so they can learn how to shapeshift. So part of the discernment that we have to learn is how to tell the difference between when someone is putting on an act versus when somebody isn't. It's not foolproof. And though there are these little nuanced markers, there's this instinct that I built up in myself that I'm hoping for the long time watchers I built up in you, where if you know the name and the characteristic of a thing, it's easier to spot it, right? One of the first things I taught on here, and I've been talking about it for years on my Instagram, but started talking about it on YouTube, was DARVO. For those who are new here, DARVO stands for deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. DARVO is what happens when someone hurts you in a way that is blatant and black and white. There's no gray. And you approach them to confront them about the harm that they've caused and how they made you feel and the impact of their actions. And instead of them being apologetic that they hurt you, first they deny that they did anything to you. Then they attack your character. And then somehow they switch places with you, where suddenly they're convinced they're the victim because you called them out. Everybody has experienced this. But once you come to my page or you go to somebody else's page or you read up on DARVO and you start to understand what DARVO is, suddenly understanding that manipulation tactic makes it easier for you to clock it when it's happening. And just like that, you're one step closer to being safe. Now you're like, oh my God, this person's a great actor. I thought he was a good guy, but he only responds with DARVO. He can, and that's a manipulation tactic, which means even though everything that he's saying seems perfect, he's leaning too heavy on a manipulation tactic. So he's not as safe as I thought. That's why I always say, like, it's not a myth that you can learn how to have better discernment. Nobody's guaranteed to choose correctly, but I promise you, when you know what DARVO is, when you understand what love bombing is, when you understand what trauma bonding is, right? When you understand what gaslighting looks like, when you understand what gray walking looks like, when you start to understand these things, it does make it significantly harder to manipulate you. It does make it much harder to choose unwisely. That's a fact. You know why? Because I teach a fucking class. It can't be taught because I teach it. And I've been teaching it for 20 years. Well, I think like 18 or 19 years. What was 2008? 2008 is 18 years. So I've been teaching it for 18 years. So that's why I'm just like, please don't be so nihilistic and so fatalistic and so defeated that, it's impossible. We can never choose. It's the luck of the draw. I want to empower you more than that. This is a place of empowering, not just bitching about men, right? And so we can either say all men suck, or we can say there are ways for us to better identify the men that don't. I made my choice.
It's a staggering reality, and it's at the very heart of a really tough question.
I remember the first time I heard the term black femicide. It was 2020. It was the peak of COVID, the peak of the Black Lives Matter protests, and a 19-year-old activist named Toy Yin was tragically unalived. She was trying to get away from home.
Do y'all remember Toy Yin? Do y'all remember her? I remember
was staying in a church, and an older man presented himself to her as someone who could help. And she ended up getting assaulted by that man. And she tweeted about it. She posted several tweets about what he did to her. And she wasn't listened to. And she ended up being unalived along with a 75-year-old white woman. Toyin in her short life was abused by her family. She was essayed multiple times. And yet she still went out and she still advocated for black men. She advocated for black lives in general. And Toyin's not the only one. There are other black women who also have been assaulted and abused by black men, but still go out and they still march for us. They still go out and they still protest for our lives.
This chart really puts the severity of the problem into perspective. Now, you might think that globally, men face more lethal violence, and that's true. But here in the US, the story is different. As the author shows, black women are actually killed at higher rates than white men. And this isn't some new trend. This has been true for decades. It's a reality that completely flips our usual assumptions about who is most at risk.
And the thing that just really makes my blood boil.
For those who say you can't wait for September, I forgot to mention this. I'm so sorry. Register for the last EQ workshop of 2026 at fall26.november.com. We have sold out of the Wednesday class, but we still have Thursday afternoon classes that are meeting at 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, which I think is like 9 p.m. London time. So we have an earlier Thursday class that will be starting that still has tickets. So the Wednesday night class is sold out, but if you do want to do the Thursday class, please go to fall26.november.com. I know I have barely been on here promoting that. Also, if anybody wants to send me a birthday gift, please send it to BlueChalusma2 at Cash App. And I'm not going to be using birthday gifts as far as buying stuff. The money's going to the shop. A lot of people were like, Blue, I really want you to have like a wish list or something where we can send you presents. I don't want more stuff, guys. I just want to invest back into my business and my legacy and my shop and be able to come back quicker to bring you guys the products that you love so much. So if you want to give me a gift, I'd rather you invest in the shop. That's a gift as far as I'm concerned. Okay. All right. I'm going to fast forward past this because this is getting a little bit heavy. So let's get towards the end to this part.
We're going to have to start teaching young girls, young teenagers, young women that getting married is not a life goal. We need to start instilling in them that your worth is not dependent on having a man.
Guys, be clear. I'm a lover girl. I believe in marriage. I believe in love. Thank you guys for putting in the cash app properly. I believe in all. And by the way, guys, for those who did send me one like 2 weeks ago when I last did this video, I really appreciated it because the 40% that YouTube takes is no joke. But no, I'm a lover girl and I love love. I love relationships. I love romance. I'm a Taurus. We're lovers, right? And though, just because you're a lover girl doesn't mean that you think your life begins and ends with romantic relationships. You can be a lover girl who loves love, who still has a full, robust life, and who's not willing to risk a full, robust life just for a partner by any means necessary. Right? Being someone who loves love enough and loves themselves enough to want the real thing is very different than pretending you don't want it at all. And I'm going to keep on killing this dead horse. Keep on beating this dead horse because I feel like so many women have started lying rather than being honest about making peace. Saying, oh my God, I want love so bad. I want a husband so bad. I want partnership so bad. And though I'm not willing to be abused to have it, is very different than pretending you don't want it at all. And there are just too many women that I have been in community with in the last couple of months who have confessed to me secretly how bad they want it. And when I said, then why do you pretend like you don't want it at all in public? They were like, because I know I'm probably not going to get it and I don't want to look stupid. And I'm like, but there's nothing stupid about admitting that you want something in rooms of people who know how badly you want it and who want it for you too. It's one thing if you don't want to admit it to the public because maybe the public is mean or there's evil eye on you. But if you're around people that you love and care about, what's wrong with it? Like, I think it's dangerous how we lie to ourselves as a survival tactic, and then we become devastated when our prophecies come true. I don't want to prophesize anything that I don't want to come true. I'd rather die being the delusional girl who wanted love until the day she died and be like, well, if anybody was ever ready to love me, at least they knew I was open for business, than to be the girl who secretly pretended she didn't care about love at all and was crying in the fucking shower. You don't know how you're going to find your person, right? And also, there's a romanticizing of your own life that you can do that creates a readiness and a familiarity for love. There's a sweetness that I have learned to cultivate for myself so that when I'm around a man who's also really sweet, he feels familiar. But you can't have a shitty life. You can have a harsh life. You can have a hyper-vigilant, super chaotic, angry, nihilistic, just pessimistic life. Be closed as hell and then wonder why nobody ever pried your dead hands open from their clenched fist. Like, huh? I honestly, if anything, the stories that I'm sharing with you today have only made me more appreciative of the good men in my life rather than scared of them. And that feels counterintuitive, right? Because whenever I hear about all the bad of patriarchy, all the bad of misogyny, all the heinous things that happen to women, I reach out to the men in my life who I think are decent human beings, and I intentionally bring up these topics to them so they can keep showing me that they are who I think they are. Because you ever have that one bro you think is woke and safe, and then there's one topic where his toxic comes out and you're like, ooh, you the devil. I make sure to talk to my male friends about these topics.
Because it's that mentality that leads to situations like Nancy Mate. For those who don't know, I'm referring to the highly accomplished deputy mayor from Florida who was unalived by her husband. This extremely talented, successful, accomplished woman who was serving her community is no longer with us because of a man A man that, let's be real, she probably didn't need. So now a community no longer has its deputy mayor, a family no longer has their child, and we, the world, lose an incredible talent who knows what she could have done in this world and in this life. Why? Because of some loser dude. I don't know what her specific situation was, but there are so many women in general, but especially highly intelligent, highly accomplished, highly independent women out here putting themselves in danger by being with abusive men, being in relationships with these men because they think they have to, because that's what makes them accomplished, despite all of the other accomplishments in their life. We desperately need to deconstruct this idea that no matter how accomplished of a woman you are, you're still not quite accomplished if you're not married and you don't have a family. Losing some of our best soldiers to that mentality.
Yeah.
I'm so proud that I get to do this. Ça c'est pour amis moi, famille moi.
This is Richard. I wanted to end this with Richard's eulogy to his friend. I've known of Richard for years, and when I lived in the DC area and I was working at the Griot, we had a bunch of, I think, mutual colleagues in common. So we became really friendly on social media. He's a biracial Haitian man. And so it's always interesting for him to talk about his experience as a Haitian person, his experience as a Black man, his experience having a Black mother. And he has strong feelings about biracial people with Black mothers versus white mothers. There is a difference in them. And he just is a fierce advocate for Black women. So finding out that Nancy was one of his best friends, this eulogy is a little bit long. I'm going to use it as an opportunity to go to the bathroom, get a snack because I'm so hungry right now. But I will be back halfway through this. But I do want us all to take a moment of silence to hear about who she is through the eyes of somebody who really loved her.
When we were 15, I had the distinct privilege of being Nancy's first political opponent. Picture it. It's the Bush years. Before we had a Black president, and everybody was knucking and bucking and ready to fight. And one of the most popular girls in school is running against you, the slightly awkward class nerd, to be vice president of your 10th grade class. We campaigned for weeks, and the stakes were high on election day. Okay? And I broke a sweat riding my bike up to Cold Springs Charter School that morning, thinking maybe, just maybe, I had some hope. Well, then I saw Nancy, the skilled politician that she was, passing out warm Krispy Kreme donuts to all our adoring classmates, asking for their vote. Needless to say, I lost that election by a landslide. And I may have lost that day, but in the years that followed, I gained a lifelong mentor, sister, and confidant. That experience planted the seeds for a cosmic friendship that I've always considered one of the greatest blessings of my life. We are gathered here today to uplift the exceptional life of Nancy Lee Mateer, a beloved daughter, sister, aunt, friend, neighbor, and dedicated public servant whose years were defined by an unwavering commitment to equality and to justice. Nancy was the eldest daughter of Miss Lynn Marley Mateer, a consummate Virgo, and over 38 years, 6 months, and 28 days, transformed from a radiant first-generation Haitian-American child into a self-actualized, profoundly brilliant Black woman and servant leader, exemplifying what it means to live a life of selfless service, integrity, resilience, and humanity. Nancy would go on to graduate with honors and a full academic scholarship to the illustrious Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, her beloved FAMU. Nancy pledged Gamma Sigma Sigma National Service Sorority and became a leader in student life and in student government. She'd go on to land prestigious internships at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I remember when she told me about that, I didn't know what that was. But she told me she was working on the ocean. I said, you better go, girl. Okay. She interned at the Obama White House for the Clinton Foundation before obtaining a master's degree from the esteemed Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, all before the age of 25. But Nancy's first official role was working in Haiti following the devastating earthquake that decimated her parents' native country. Her Haitian heritage was a source of ancestral grounding, consistent strength, and immeasurable pride. She was a Zoe through and through, and I know there's some Zoes in here today. Make yourself known. And she never hesitated to let you know it. She would return home to South Florida and assume leadership roles at organizations working on the front lines of environmental justice, reproductive rights, and water quality across Florida, always feeling a responsibility to protect the most vulnerable among us. And in 2020, Nancy, my girl, became the first Black and Haitian American woman elected to the Coral Springs City Commission since its founding in 1963. Despite her monumental accomplishments and the demands of public life on her time and her spirit, Nancy was always one call away for those she loved. And in 2024, after leading Caribbean engagement across Florida for the historic Kamala Harris campaign, she assumed one of her proudest roles as vice president of her hometown of Coral Springs, Florida, pouring the best of her spirit into her community and country into her final days. But no matter the time, no matter the situation, she was present for the people that she loved. She listened, she cared, and she gave of herself without grievance or expectation. In a world that can sometimes harden a soul, Nancy remained soft, loving, kind, generous, a reputation that preceded her and a spirit that will undoubtedly endure. Nancy's greatest gift was her capacity to make everyone around her feel seen, heard, and safe. Nancy was love incarnate. She used her gifts in this life to give voice to the voiceless, to protect the most marginalized, never wavering in doing what was right over what was convenient. We live in an inconvenient time, a perilous one, where dark forces are shaping a dangerous and unprecedented future for our country. During our last conversation, Nancy told me that she was running for Congress to be on the front lines of defending all of us. And for 11 minutes, we game plan strategy. We talked like we did back in high school and college when all our dreams felt possible and we held no fear. The Honorable Nancy lived her life fully for the betterment of her family, of her community, and of her country. She carried the power of her ancestors with her as she shaped our world for the better. The Honorable Nancy Lee Mateer, our beloved daughter, sister, aunt, cousin, friend, and neighbor, vice mayor, and now ancestor. Nancy, you are loved and you are cherished, and I know you will always be with us. May your extraordinary life be an example, and may your memory be a light as we chart our path forward. Thank you.
Oh. I want us to end that segment. I want us to end that segment in that way because I want to, number one, for us to center the victims, right? Unfortunately, I can't call them survivors. I wanted to center the victims. I also wanted us to be reminded of what it looks like when a Black man actually loves you. Right? Someone said, imagine if the man who claimed to love her saw her this way. The problem is I think he did see her that way. I think he just resented it. He saw her light. We wanted to feed it. He wanted to snuff it. All right, let's course correct. Woosah. Doing this while I am hopped up on meds. It's so funny whenever I do a live while I'm having an endo flare up, it's always so like emotional. I feel like we're having like a slumber party or something. And this was really heartbreaking. For people who are saying it's heartbreaking, yeah. I need you to understand just what's at stake. And also, I think we're in a time now, if you're a woman who really wants partnership, you have to be really serious about it. You have to be really, really serious about it. Like, we're living in serious times where love can be fun and frivolous, but you have to be serious about your safety. And that's the part of the rom-com that I think a lot of us forget to think about. Now we're going to pivot to Black women being unsafe, not literally, now in the emotional sense, figuratively, when it comes to their friendships and relationships with white people who allege to be safe allies. Yeah. We're pivoting from the loss of Nancy and Cerina to the now infamous story of Summer House. And again, guys, do not worry. If you are someone who does not watch Summer House, if you're a part of the 40% that comes to watch these lives just to kiki and hear my opinions on hot topics and pop culture and politics, we are going to make sure that we level set so that everybody understands the key players. I even have a little chart for you. So let's look at this chart. Somebody said very important topic. We're starting at the 2-hour mark. Okay. So these are the key players for what's happening at Summer House. You guys, somebody said Blue will give you, yes, I always do my best to give a rundown, guys. I don't want anybody to ever feel like they have to figure out how the sausage is being made. These are the key players, and because, I'm an astrology girly, of course, my version of the key players includes their zodiac signs. I am nothing if not consistent, yes? So we have the Summer House crew. The main characters you need to know for right now are actually the top 4. The top one is Kyle. Kyle is the OG. He is the star of the show. He's the Kyle Richards, the Lisa Vanderpump, the Vicky Gundelson. He was there on Summer House season 1, along with a pair of blonde twins with a very interesting face and a couple other characters. When Kyle came on the show as a full star of the show, he started to have a booty call with a young lady named Amanda. When Amanda came on the show, she was only supposed to be a booty call. But and this is a feeling that I've had for this entire decade, guys. This is a perfect example of I wasn't wrong, I was just early. I immediately, season 1 was like, this girl, the first season that I saw Amanda, so the season 1 of me seeing Amanda, I was like, this girl just wants to be on TV. She has no personality. She seems a little bit awkward. She's not really she's giving us nothing, but she seems to be using her relationship with Kyle to be on TV because Kyle's a Leo, which means a Leo man who is already attracted to you, all you gotta do is stroke his ego and make him feel pretty. Right? And so somebody says they're obsessed with how their names are being replaced with their signs. Well, I'm nothing if not consistent. So Kyle, the blonde guy up top, he was your typical egocentric Leo who wanted to feel pretty and seen and acknowledged, and he wanted to be the belle of the ball, and he wanted to be the life of the party. And so he was the star of the show. And another Leo with the Capricorn moon, which means that she was thinking about advancement, right? Because Capricorn energy is all about how do we get that coin? How do we get that clout? How do we get that advancement, right? How do we get these accolades? Amanda came in like a wet blanket, but she was clinging to Kyle, and Kyle liked the attention. Over the years, Amanda started to very strategically, this is like pre-Ozempic, lose a lot of weight. There's this thing that happens with a white girl who's on TV where she's like a size 6 and a regular size, she's considered normal. But the minute she loses 20 pounds and becomes a size 2 or a 00, suddenly she's considered a baddie. Amanda lost like 25 pounds, and it was supposed to be like her, oh my God, I've lost so much weight story, even though she was never fat. So Amanda loses all this weight. And on the show, she starts to do something that I immediately clocked as problematic. She recognizes that Kyle, the blonde man next to her, is known as the frat boy, the party boy, the good time Charlie. Now, of course, when they're back in New York and not in the summer house in the vineyard, wherever they are. No, is it Martha's Vineyard? No, it is the Hamptons. When they're in the Hamptons, Kyle's putting on a show. But if you're dating a guy, and this is something that all my friends in reality TV have told me, you know that the real persona is more complicated, right? So usually when you have friends or family who are on reality shows, you are used to seeing the audience have an exaggerated view of one part of their personality, but you always say, but I know the real them is more complicated. I thought it was bizarre. The more Amanda and Kyle got serious, the more Amanda started to play up on his TV persona, but never shot him any bail about who he was as a person. Imagine you were talking to somebody and they're like, oh, you know, Blue, she opinionated. Imagine you're talking to somebody and it's my man. And every time you're around him, he's not saying, hey, I know Blue gives opinions for a living and she might seem like a straight shooter and a ball buster because that's her job. But at home, she's soft and loving and kind and compassionate. You would expect my partner to not speak to the obvious lazy archetype that the producers have built for me and to speak to my humanity. Never happened with Amanda. Since season 1 of her being on the show, she would always speak to Kyle's persona to her friends and other people in the house and to the audience in her confessionals. Like, well, you know how Kyle is. You know how Kyle is. You know how Kyle is. And I remember thinking to myself, this is unsafe. I have a big personality. I would never date a man who would only paint me as the bitch with the big personality. Right? And so when you guys are watching the first couple of seasons, people are saying, oh, poor Amanda, you know how Kyle is. Because Amanda's constantly saying, you know how Kyle is. And I was like, this feels like she's trying to play victim and get the audience to think of him as like a bad person so that she's never wrong. I thought that the first time that Kyle and Amanda announced that they were getting serious and not just a booty call anymore. I thought that the entire time. The entire time. Nothing about this story was shocking to me whatsoever. This is completely in alignment with who I've always known her to be. I had just made peace with the fact that they were going to let her just be the mopey white girl who never got checked. I made peace with the fact. And it kind of became the thing of, if Kyle did not have an enemy, it must mean because Amanda's not there anymore. Because Amanda, people would be like, oh my God, Kyle's acting so much better. Kyle is being, you know, you could tell he's trying to reform himself. Whenever Kyle would try to reform himself at all, here come Amanda. He's on some bullshit. He's not really reformed. She would go out of her way to burst his bubble every single time he made any strides. Now, is Kyle perfect? No, he's a Leo man on television. Hello. You know he'd be showing his ass. But it almost felt like, remember how I said earlier, there have been research that has shown that when your partner believes in you, that you can be better than you are, you actually have heightened chances of being better because you subconsciously want to live up to how they see you. And the opposite is true. When your partner thinks you're a piece of shit, no matter how hard you try, you will always subconsciously think, maybe they're right, maybe I'm a piece of shit. Amanda and Kyle are the perfect example of this. Perfect example. We're about to talk about all the internalized anti-blackness that caused Amanda to fuck her best friend's ex. Kyle, who's so horrible, has been a rampant and vocal ally to the black community this entire time. Kyle is the kind of white boy who will go in the comments and start cussing out white people for being racist. When Sierra would, in recent seasons, talk about the disparities of how hard it is to be a black person on the show, Kyle would look devastated, like, oh my God, really? And like want to talk about it. He's been vocal about anti-blackness this entire time, while his damsel, poor Amanda, stuck with horrible Kyle. Poor Amanda is the actual anti-black Karen that's been sitting in our faces the entire time. That's why I always say, guys, please stop falling for optics. Integrity and guys shit to do with being nice. The nicest bitch in the room is usually the biggest two-faced person in the room. The compassionate person, the person who's willing to be messy and honest, I trust them more because integrity means incorruptible. It means your character is consistent even when nobody is looking. So this is Kyle, the star of the show, who got love bombed by Amanda, the damsel of the show. She's been a damsel the entire show. The most popular saying with her name on the show is poor Amanda, poor Amanda. I'm shocked that she doesn't have any poor Amanda t-shirts. So there's, oh God, you know Kyle. The loud, boisterous, egocentric Leo superstar of the show who doesn't know how to read the room and is easy bait because all you gotta do is stroke his ego, make him feel good. You got conniving, mousy Amanda, who has positioned herself as his aggrieved partner. Then you get Sierra. When Sierra, the black young lady in this picture, and I'm going to make this big so I can see it again. When you see Sierra, Sierra's a Capricorn, right? And so is Wes. When Sierra comes on the show, Sierra comes around, I think, the time of 2020, where she was a nurse. And, you know, we were all talking about first responders and we were clapping for nurses and stuff. So I think she was a nurse living in like the New Jersey area. She was also a model. So she was tall and gangly. Like, you know, those black gazelles like Tyra from in her heyday. You know, these shows love a chill black girl who's built like a supermodel, right? So Sierra came as a nurse, a black nurse living in the tri-state area during COVID. Already we're like, and she's built like a supermodel nurse during COVID, right? So immediately Sierra is loved because she's gorgeous, she's thin, so she's also gorgeous by white standards outside of her race. So she's model-esque in a way that black people are embraced for the mainstream audience because she's not big titty, big hip black. She's slender model black, right? So she's a slender black gazelle who's very chill and has experience dating white men. I mean, she lives in Jersey. I'm not surprised, right? So even though Sierra's not what you would call somebody who's trying to be white passing, she is very much a white friendly baddie with a heart of gold, which also means she can't be called the angry black woman because Sierra's voice never goes above a certain octave. She's chill, she's conventionally attractive, and she has no issue being attracted to white people. It seems like she's the perfect fit for the show. Now, I'm going to play a further recap and pause because I want you guys to understand who all the key players are before we get to West. Before we get to West, let me play this video real quick. Let me take this down. Here we go.
Came to the house in 2021. In 2021, she was dating a guy named Austin.
So this girl talks really fast, so I will do my best to slow her down. So when she first came on the show in 2021, right in the midst of the COVID season, she first fell for this other white guy named Austin. Look, I'm not into default Ken doll looking white men, but if she likes it, I love it, okay? I'm going to eat this snack while this lady explains to you how Sierra got pulled into all this white foolishness. Our poor girl.
Austin liked Sierra. Sierra liked Austin. Austin did not want to commit to Sierra. In fact, Austin called Sierra a Jezebel, which is...
So already with Austin, we're starting to see that these white men think of Sierra in the house as the hot black chick. She had a flirtationship with a guy named Luke, but I don't think they ever dated. Wait, did y'all say Austin was like a Muppet? I can't eat if y'all gonna be saying shit like this. So she had a flirtationship with a guy named Luke. It didn't really go anywhere. She starts dating this guy named Austin, but he starts saying that he sees her as a Jezebel, as just a fast, hot black girl, which is very problematic. He then curves her to start hitting on her blonde friend. Do you understand this? She's dating a white man who thinks of her as fast and who drops her so that he could start hitting on her hot blonde friend. Do you already see how Sierra's being positioned as the hot black girl they all want to turn sleeping with, but none of them have any plans of actually committing to her?
The racist black slur, and he just loved her body. He loved Sierra's prettiness and gorgeousness. When Austin would come into the house, he would come and be flirting with Lindsay to the point where he dumped Sierra in the house so he can be flirting and kissing and being with Lindsay. Fast forward now to 2024 when Wes comes into the house. Wes and Sierra start flirting. They become a thing. Sierra makes it known that she does not want to be played by another white man like Austin did to her.
Yep.
Sierra wants something serious. She wants to be the girlfriend, the wife. She wants to be married. Wes knows this. Wes and Sierra starts dating for about a year. And then when they get intimate, because they weren't intimate throughout the relationship because Sierra wanted to take it slow, Wes then dumps her.
So do y'all hear this? Put the picture back up. Wes, this white guy right here, He dates Sierra for a year. They get so close, they start calling each other best friends and meeting each other's families. She's thinking, I'm taking it slow, dating my best friend. The minute she gives him some puss, he breaks up with her. So now this is the second white man who this young lady has tried to have a serious relationship with, who would later make it clear that he just wanted some puss. What Wes didn't count on was how beloved this supermodel nurse is going to be, because hello, she's a supermodel nurse. He comes off so bad for using her and devastating her. When they break up, he takes out an article in the New York Times. He does an article with a reporter trying to tell his side of the story, and the entire time he just makes it sound like it wasn't that fucking serious. She was just tripping. Downplaying the pain that he caused her to make himself look good. When the season starts back up, Sierra's like, yeah, fuck you, my nigga, because how the fuck do you ghost me after breaking my heart and pretending to be my best friend? And rather than you and I have a conversation, you put out a fucking article in the Times making me seem like you didn't even like me like that. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to defend myself because I was getting hate mail for breaking up with you. So your answer to getting hate mail from strangers for breaking up with me, your answer to strangers chastising you for causing me unnecessary harm, is to cause me further unnecessary harm? Where did you do that at? You're getting hate mail for causing me unnecessary harm, and your response is to call one of the most major publications in America to cause me even further unnecessary harm. And you're wondering why there's smoke the following summer when we have to shoot together. So Sierra spends that entire summer after the article comes out saying, yeah, kiss my ass, my nigga. Fuck you, kiss my ass. Please just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. This is important, guys, because you see what's happening, right? Amanda is only using Kyle to be on the show. They are now gone from booty call to being engaged to finally having a wedding, even though nothing about them at the time said they were ready to get married. She's love bombing this man for relevance while making sure we all know that when she leaves him, she's the good guy because he sucks and she needs to be applauded for any amount of time that she stays with him. So Amanda already has her scam going where she's already marrying her first husband, knowing that when they get divorced, she can be the damsel who gets brand deals a la Ariana Maddox, right? For those who don't know, Ariana Maddox was on a show called Vanderpump Rules, and when her boyfriend, Ariana had no personality. Great girl, but she was not a big personality. She's a very chill person. I think her and Dexter are friends. Very chill girl, doesn't have a big reality show personality. If you would piss her off, she would tell you about herself, but she wouldn't talk too much. But when her boyfriend, who was a bigger star on the show, cheated on her, despite the fact that Ariana was just considered a regular cast member, and what a B story, the minute he cheated on her, people were so disgusted that he cheated on her with one of their mutual friends that it made Ariana a star because she was in the midst of this love triangle / scandal, right? Scandival. It broke the internet, right? A part of me is convinced Amanda thought that as the white woman of the show who's lost all this weight and is bony and therefore hot, because in her mind being bony means she's hot. Amanda's thinking, well, I'm the hot girl who's about to get divorced from the man that I've spent a decade telling you was a horrible person. You guys are going to feel so happy for me when I leave him. You won't even mind that I'm stealing Sierra's ex who broke her heart. You won't even mind that I took this black lady's ex who she spent 2 years crying over because you'll be so enamored by the fact that I got away from Kyle. And we all know how Kyle is. That was Amanda's plan. Amanda overestimated how demure and precocious and lovely and adorable her whiteness is and underestimated the public's ability to still love a black woman. Because everybody's like, oh my God, we're so confused. How could Amanda ever think she could pull this off? White supremacy. There's no part in her mind where any man, let alone the fucking public, would choose a black woman over her. She didn't account for the woke crowd. So let's continue playing this.
Went to New York Times and wrote an article and said how he didn't like Ciara, how he never liked her, didn't want to be committed to her. And West came onto the reunion to just say, yeah, I just saw there were girls in my DMs and that's why I wanted to be single. Now the friendships. Ciara was really close with Paige, but when Paige left the show last year, Ciara started to be really close with Amanda. They've gotten really close. They've become good friends. Some might even say best friends. Over the past couple of weeks, there have been rumors stating that Amanda has been getting with West, Ciara's ex. And it's been confirmed yesterday with a joint statement from West and Amanda that they're together. Amanda has been hooking up with West, Ciara's ex, over the last few months. Some might even say since the summertime.
By summer, she means me. I'm gonna be honest, and I apologize because I'm fucking up these Triscuits because this is my breakfast. Watching these latest episodes of Summer House from last summer, they were messing around last summer. If they were not messing around physically, they were already having an emotional affair and doing that dance. You know that dance you do when you like somebody, but it's your homie, and you're not sure that they're in the right space for y'all to take a leap, so you are respectful and you're playful with them. That's the homie, but you know, everything about Amanda last summer, which we're watching currently right now. If you have not watched Summer House, this current season makes it very loud. Amanda was moving like a woman who was looking to get divorced and already looking for new men. She first comes in and put this chart back up. If you look at this chart, the third row, you see the black guy, KJ, and his little Puerto Rican, Colombian, Latina girlfriend. I don't know where she's from, but she's beautiful. Next to them is a white guy named Ben. Ben is included in the screen grab because I could have made the screen grab shorter, but I want to be included. You see this white Australian guy with the curly hair in the third row? When they introduced him, the way that Amanda introduced him was, we met Ben in Italy last year at a wedding, and we were all skinny dipping, and everybody was joking that Ben wanted to fuck me. That's how Amanda introduced it playfully. When one of the girls has a crush on Ben, because he's arguably one of the hottest guys in the house, when one of the white girls has a crush on Ben and keeps on joking how, oh, Ben wants to fuck Amanda, Ben gets offended and says, I do not want to fuck a married woman. I thought she was attractive when I met her, and then I found out she was married and I left it alone. Why are you constantly making jokes about me wanting to fuck Amanda when that's Kyle's wife, right? So Ben is annoyed because it's one thing if the group makes little jokes about it, like playfully, but when you know somebody likes you and they keep on making inappropriate comments, you know they're saying it because they're salty because they like you. A lot of people were arguing, well, why does he laugh when everybody else says it, but he gets mad when she says it? He got mad because everybody's saying it as a joke while Kyle and Amanda are in the room and it's all lighthearted. It's very different than we're sitting at the dinner table and you just say, yeah, Ben, you still want to fuck Amanda? That's rude. That's weird. Time and place does matter, right? So Ben is very mad at that other blonde girl who's not pictured because she keeps on making jokes about how much she's jealous of the fact that him and Amanda had a flirtationship. Why is there Triscuit on my nose? Sorry, I was eating a Triscuit. She was making fun of Ben for having a flirtationship with Amanda when they first met a year ago. It is now last summer, the season that we're watching right now. Ben introduces, this was the second to last episode. Ben says to everybody, I met this really hot Indian girl who he didn't say she was Indian. I'm just telling you she's Indian. I met this really hot Indian girl who I had a great time with. And then we kind of just like fell apart. We just recently reconnected and it's hitting me how much I really like her. So I'm going to start bringing her around because circling back the second time made me realize how much I really like her. The minute Amanda meets this girl who's hotter than her, one could argue, and sees Ben, the guy that she's been feeling cocky about, like, oh, even though I'm married, Ben wants me. When Amanda meets Ben's new girlfriend, the hot Indian girl, guess what Amanda says to this girl when they're alone? She says, oh, did you know that Ben's in love with me and he wants to fuck me? Nice to meet you. And the Indian girl's like, what? Ben confronts Amanda the next episode and says, Amanda, why did you just tell the girl that I told you I have feelings for that I want to fuck you? She was like, are you going to pretend that you weren't into me when we were skinny dipping in Italy last summer? And he's like, man, that was last summer. What? I know you're married now and I moved on. What the fuck? In her confessional, Amanda's like, I just want you all to know it's been an ongoing joke for a year now that he wanted to fuck me. Everybody in the group chat knows that he wants to fuck me, and now he wants to act like he's mad just because I told his new bitch that he wants to fuck me. What's his fucking problem? Who the fuck does he think he is? That episode just came out last week. Amanda throws a fit when she finds out that the hot Australian guy who she thought really wanted her because she lost 25 pounds is now falling head over heels for a pretty Indian girl. And she asserts her dominance by telling the Indian girl, you know he wants to fuck me, right? When Ben confronts her and she has no explanation for her behavior, guess what she does? She runs to Sierra and the other black girl, Mimi, and she cries to them that Ben has made her feel like a bad person. And Sierra and the other black girl hug her to their bosom like something from the help. It's okay, Amanda. You magical. You special. You is smart. You is kind. Ben is tripping. She's using the black women as mammies to coddle her because they're not clocking. Amanda always has a problem when a woman of color is being chosen romantically over her, even though she's fucking married. Why are you being competitive when you're married? So yeah, let's continue watching.
Why people are writing for Sierra, because Sierra and Amanda are very close friends, and this is Sierra's ex who humiliated Sierra on national television for the world to see just so he can hook up with random girls.
Amanda Petula has always been a villain. You guys are shocked now because you don't recognize a villain when it shows up in a package that you're not accustomed to seeing villains wrapped in. She came into the house on a straight manipulation. She attached herself to Kyle because that was her way to get onto the show.
Yep.
She was a booty call, okay? They were a summer hookup, a summer fling, and it should have ended there. But she decided, oh no, I'm going to get on this TV show. And she glommed on to Kyle because Kyle is Summer House. She put up with all of his behavior because the end goal was to get on the show.
Yep.
And once she got on the show, she played the sympathy card by setting herself in opposition to what Kyle always was. He was a party boy. We met him as a party boy. He's still a party boy. Party, party, party. That's what he does. But she set that up as something that was wrong, and then that she could be a victim of his behavior from the outset. So once she's the victim of Kyle, a very big personality, she then garnered sympathy from a number of people. So she conned the people in the house first, because that's your first line of defense, right? Then she cons the audience because, oh my gosh, Kyle is just terrible. And I just want to be here and love him and have him love me and woo, woo, woo. So now that she's the victim, Kyle is never going to be able to do anything that's right. And everything that she does is never going to be seen as wrong because Kyle is the big bad villain, right? Except that he wasn't. And I hate to have to be on here defending a man because this is not my job in life, but the inability for a lot of people to see the entirety of the story is how we have gotten to where we are right now. Yep. She was always talking about how terrible Kyle was as a mate. And because she did that, nobody ever looked to see how terrible she was as a mate. She always found a way to be in opposition to what Kyle was saying, no matter what. She was never on his side. Why are you in a relationship with somebody whom you can never be on their side? If you think they are always wrong, that shouldn't be your guy in any capacity. But she rode that narrative until the wheels came off, right? She was not involved in anything. She didn't understand how prenups worked. She didn't even really know what a prenup was. She doesn't understand anything about the business, but she's complaining about all the things that he does. So you don't know anything. You don't make it your business to know anything. You don't try to learn anything, but you are complaining all the time. So not only are you complaining all the time, you are always picking at the man. What's the point? What are you doing all of that for? Don't be in a relationship with him. Simple. Certainly don't marry him. Simple. but she needed somebody to secure her. She conned everybody. She conned her friends, and
she didn't con me. Be very clear.
That scene that we just saw in the last episode where Ciara is like, oh my God, you're magic. And oh, half of the stuff that Kyle has is because of you. That's bullshit. There is no magic in Amanda. Amanda doesn't even have a personality. Like, there's no magic. And half of what Kyle has, she is because of her. She doesn't know anything. So how can it be? This is what I mean by she conned the people.
I pulled up so many videos of Amanda because I was not a fan of hers, and so I didn't follow her on social media outside of the show. I can say with certainty, I need a brownie. I'm gonna make up for that cupcake. Sorry, I'm back. I can say with certainty, it has been a very long time since I have seen a white girl as mediocre as Amanda. Amanda might be the most mediocre white woman to have ever gotten this far on Bravo. Her entire storyline has been that she was dating, engaged to, and then married to the star of the show.
In the house, and she conned the audience. It's a long con. It's very effective. But now it's all falling apart because she's now glommed on to an actual loser. Mm-hmm. Two losers together are never going to make it. It's just Loserville. It's bad. So the moral of the story is be wary of the person who's always pointing a finger at somebody else. And I can't believe that I have to say this, but too many people fell for her bullshit.
Yeah.
Call out the character flaws and deficiencies for everybody, right? Skinny white girls don't get a pass.
Ciara Miller has done her first interview since the West Wilson and Amanda Batula news has dropped.
Let me tell you something. There are very few things that bring me more joy than seeing white women turn on another more evil white woman for mistreating their favorite black woman. It doesn't happen often. But when you can get a trifecta of white women who are working very hard to be decent human beings, being offended at and attacking an evil white woman, another white woman, for being mean to a black woman who is universally beloved, this is a rare little nook of support that black girlies don't get often. So when we do, I like to revel in it. Okay? I love to revel in it. Kyle has been Kyle defends black people, period. Kyle is the most unlike, that one ally who's an alcoholic, but he's not, at least he's not racist. Kyle is the most problematic person on the show as far as how it's edited, but he's probably one of the biggest allies in real life. Very funny. And every time Amanda would go after anybody, Kyle would be like, well, you're being unfair. Perfect example. There's a scene in the last episode, not the one that just came out, but the one before that, where they're having a party, as they're prone to do, because the whole point of Summer House is you leave New Jersey, New York, and Philadelphia and come to the Hamptons every weekend, and they tape your weekend jaunts. And as the show has progressed over the last decade, now sometimes they follow them during the weekdays to the main city, but the bulk of the show is the parties on the weekends. So they're all there for a weekend party. And at the party, at all the parties, Wes has been upset this summer because his best friend, Jesse Solomon, said, Ciara's hot. Y'all broke up. Do you mind if I make out with her? So Jesse Solomon has been flirting with Ciara all summer because she's hot. So has Kyle. The guy's not the Kyle. What's his name? Is it Kyle? Because there's another guy. I think there's Carl, not Kyle, Carl. So Carl and Jesse Solomon have both been flirting with Ciara. Carl can never date Ciara, even though they have great chemistry, because Ciara's cool with Lindsay, who is Carl's ex-fiance. So there's no chance in hell that either one of them is going to cross that line. Jesse, though, is like, bruh, Wes, you broke her heart 2 years ago. You're the one who ended it. She's trying to get over you. She and I have great rapport. Do you mind if we make out? Jesse thinks that he's mind you, Jesse's a little bit of a future himself, but at least he asked up front. Jesse asked this question, and Wes would think, you would think Wes asked if I could just steal your firstborn. Wes is now caught talking to Ben or somebody in one of those videos when they have like the CCTV, so it's dark. He's in the dark, like, I can't believe he's asking if he can make out with Sierra. She wasn't just some girl I was hooking up with. That was like my girlfriend. We were in a relationship. How are you going to ask to make out with a woman I was in a relationship with? So Jesse Solomon is being told, you cannot flirt with her because you are my best friend and she is my ex-girlfriend. Are you guys hearing this? Wes cock-blocked Jesse and said, you can't hit on Sierra because that's my ex-girlfriend and it feels weird. Jesse pulls away. When Jesse pulls away, Wes now, almost like a child with a toy, because you know when a kid has a toy that they haven't played with, but the minute you say that you're about to donate the toy to charity, suddenly they start crying because it's their favorite toy. Jesse only wanted Sierra Wes only wanted Sierra because Jesse Solomon was sniffing around her, right? So Wes starts laying it on thick, flirting with Sierra, laying on her, touching her, like giving her longing looks, doing all the things that signal we're back on. It's almost like the equivalent of peeing on a cat. Having a cat pee on somebody, right? You know how cats pee on things to assert their dominance and say, this is mine. So now all the confessionals have turned to Sierra telling Amanda, Kyle's wife, and the other girls, like, yo, the way Wes is acting is the way that Wes usually acts when he wants to get back on my good side. We're really in a good place. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it seems like we're in a good place. You know that thing that happens when you think maybe your ex has had enough time to grow up? Wes starts to convince Sierra and the audience and Jesse Solomon, hey, back off. I might want to circle the block on this one. Until they have the party 2 weeks ago, right? The episode 2 weeks ago. They have this party. Mind you, this episode comes out the week after Jesse and Amanda in the future have confessed that they are fooling around. So the audience is now watching the show to see if there are clues that Amanda and Wes might have been fooling around while taping last summer. And there were. I do think also the producers have been going back and pulling out extra footage that feeds the narrative of the Wes and Amanda thing, because it feels a little bit too perfect how many clues are now included in all the subsequent episodes. It'd be one thing if there's like one or two things that are showing that, ooh, they might have been fooling around last summer. And so while Sierra was crying over Wes to Amanda and Amanda was crying to everybody about Kyle, she was secretly hooking up with Wes. How fucked up is that? I think the producers went back. And added more clues. Ain't no fucking way they were that sloppy and it was that many accidental clues. I really do think the producers have done their big one and gone back, and now with context are like, oh, now I understand why that happened. Let's play that scene a little bit longer. That's just my personal belief. And it's a very popular belief. So in the episode that came out right after we found out that Amanda and Wes had been fooling around since February, allegedly. We all think it was last summer. We then see the episode where at this infamous party, Wes is sitting down and a blonde girl is flirting with him. Wes is sitting here. Imagine Wes is sitting here, Sierra's sitting here. Wes is sitting here when the blonde girl walks past Sierra and sits on Wes's lap. So now the blonde girl's back is facing Sierra, and Wes can't see Sierra because he has a big blonde in his face, right? So while Wes is talking like this to the blonde lady, Sierra's right on the other side in the chair next to her. And he says to the blonde girl, oh, I used to hook up with the chick right behind you. Don't look back. Do you know how nasty it is to immediately mock a black woman to a white woman as a joke the minute you realize that you're about to do something hurtful? Why am I bringing race into this? Whether it's because you're a black girl, a fat girl, a tall girl, a dark girl. When a man who has made you think he desires you, even though he doesn't value you, because desire and value are not the same thing. When a man has made it clear that he desires you, despite the fact that you are not the exalted person of his type, right? So if you're a fat bitch, you're not the skinny girl. If you're a dark girl, you're not the light girl. If you're a black girl, you're not the white girl. When someone is acting like they desire you as an exception, and their actual type comes and sits on their lap or flirts with them in front of you, and rather than protect any perception of insecurity that you might have, they instead bond with their type while mocking you. We all know what the fuck that is. We all know what the fuck that is when you're quick to play in my face with the kind of bitch you actually like comes around. So whether it's blackness, fatness, colorism, socioeconomic class, when someone is making an exception, this is why I don't do exceptions. I do not date men who are like, oh, I don't really date big girls, but there's something special about you. Nigga, do you like me or not? Because you're not doing me any fucking favors. Do you like me or not? I'm popping. Right? So for that blonde girl to sit on his lap, everyone would be like, yeah, I used to hook up with the girl right behind you. And they kiki at Sierra's expense and then start making out while Sierra is sitting right next to them. You just told your best friend, keep your hands off of her because she means so much to me. And that wasn't just a girl I hooked up with. That was my ex. You can't flirt with Sierra. She can't move on with you. Then you lay it on thick and make her feel like you want her back or at least want to build a bridge. And the very next day, you make out with a white girl while sitting right next to her in front of the cameras and talking shit about her. Guess who gets up and gets mad and makes a scene? Guess who, when Wes and the blonde girl go to lay on the cabana, guess who jumps up angry and marches over there to confront them and lays in the bed with them to cock block? It's not Sierra. It's Kyle's wife, Amanda. I watched the episode like, now hold on. Sierra is in the bathroom crying because Wes love bombed her, made her feel like they were reconciling in some kind of way. Kisses somebody right in front of her, comfortable as fuck, moaning, right? Just drunk and moaning on the couch right next to her. But it's Amanda who jumps up angry. Amanda takes her little ass, jumps up, walks to the cabana, jumps in the bed with the blonde girl. So it's the blonde girl and Wes. Amanda scoots in next to Wes. So what y'all doing? Amanda, you got a whole husband. Amanda, so what are y'all doing? Y'all just kicking it? Oh, interesting. Oh, you like to play volleyball? I like to play volleyball too. So what's going on? Y'all about to get up? Because we should all get up. Amanda confronts Wes about making out with the blonde girl. Amanda would later say that she was doing it just to have Sierra's back. When Amanda and Sierra go into the room, Amanda wants to talk about how she's still crying about how Ben was bullying her for calling her out for saying, you know, your man wants to fuck me, right? To the Indian girl that Ben was talking to. So Amanda only wants to cry about how the big scary Indian girl and Ben then victimized her for calling her out for being a donkey. So at this function, Kyle is like, my wife is hanging out and skinny dipping and sitting on the laps of other men. When I walk in the room, she cracks jokes on me to make the other people laugh at me. While she's hanging out with other men, she has other men laughing at me in our friend group by saying I'm a loser. And then Kyle, while he's drunk, gets so upset. He walks past Amanda, sees her kikiing with Ben and Wes and every man but him. And his drunk is super. He's like, fuck you. Wes jumps up. Don't you dare tell poor Amanda. You owe poor Amanda an apology. How dare you? How dare you? Protect women. Kyle's like, wait, what? My wife's being mean to me. What? Why? How am I the bad guy? Y'all, it felt like I was watching elder abuse. It felt like I was watching elder abuse. It felt like Amanda had convinced everybody and their mother to beat up Kyle for her. It was giving Ruby Rose. Remember that girl who got her mother unalived because she just cried and convinced all her boyfriends that her mother was a... So Kyle's like drunk. He's like, why won't my wife hug me or touch me or acknowledge me? But is constantly hanging out with Wes and Ben and Jesse and every man that's not her husband. The same Amanda who doesn't give a fuck that she hasn't seen Kyle in 3 hours is now about to beat bitches up for kissing Wes. Fast forward to the present. Now that Amanda and Wes have been revealed to be having a tumultuous affair, Ciara's on the cover of Glamour magazine, taking the high road still. And of course, guys, you know that when people come together to bond over their mutual disdain and resentfulness towards Black women, there's nothing that will piss off someone more than a Black woman who is powerful, ignoring you and continuing to be powerful even after you try to destroy her. So Ciara's response has been to continue living her life.
What if I told you that for Ciara Miller's 30th birthday, she had a small gathering of friends, her mom flew up, and one of the people at that dinner was Wes Wilson. 3 months later, here we are. I, of course, broke down what happened in this article, and I will tell you, but I recommend you go read this.
Yes, I mean Gypsy Rose, not Ruby Rose. Thank you. Y'all know the mother be. Y'all know I suck with names, so I love when y'all correct me.
Hunter Harris did an amazing job. She was resilient. She is strong. She is someone I could never be because... Now, when it comes to the joint statement, Ciara got 24 hours notice, but...
Mind you, this is the picture of Amanda and Wes that they thought everybody would fall in love with. He's a bad boy, and she's a demure damsel.
Bitch. She did not get any warning as to what the statement would actually say. She read it along with the rest of the world. Ciara said the fact that they couldn't even mention each other's names in that statement was, quote, very... telling. When it comes to the betrayal itself, she said Amanda's hit harder. A guy's a guy, but I just never would think it would come from someone like Amanda. Hunter said, do you feel like Amanda is jealous of you? And Ciara said, jealousy is such a weird concept to me. I honestly don't know. That's a question for her. They talked about how Ciara defends Amanda when it comes to her marriage, and for me, this is what is also the hardest watch of this.
Ciara was ride or die for Amanda. Amanda convinced Ciara that Kyle was an absolute piece of shit. And the way that Ciara would go hard at Kyle on Amanda's behalf. This, for those of you who are having a hard time keeping up, imagine if singer Ciara, the singer Ciara, was, let's say, dating Future, right? Before she met Russell Wilson. So let's say the singer Ciara is dating Future. And she and Rihanna make up and they're friends. And so Ciara and Rihanna are hanging out, and Rihanna's dating Drake and Ciara's dating Future. And Ciara's constantly coming to Rihanna saying, I'm so devastated about the way that Future treats me. I want to break up with Future because he's breaking my heart, X, Y, and Z. You know, all the things that what Future is known for. And let's say Rihanna's like, yeah, you know, dating dating Drake sucks too. Drake is so fucked up, X, Y, and Z. And Ciara, the singer, is cussing out Drake on behalf of Rihanna. Like, yeah, how dare you fumble Rihanna? She's the baddest bitch ever. Leave her alone. You don't deserve her, right? Imagine if Ciara and Future break up and Rihanna and Drake break up and Rihanna starts dating Future. That's what's going on right now. For those of you in the Black and brown community who are still lost because you don't watch Summer House. The bitch who was hearing you cry the hardest, the bitch who, even when you had a reason to cry, you were holding her over her shit, right? So the person who saw how devastated you were and who made you hold them when they were devastated is now dating the person who broke your heart. When they know more intimately than anybody how much this impacts you.
Season. Ciara said, I fought with your own husband to advocate for you. I have championed you. I have tried to be there in different ways for you and help you get to see your value in yourself. And so to be disregarded in such a disrespectful way is, honestly, I'm at a loss for words sometimes. Same Ciara. The birthday bombshell. He was at her 30th birthday dinner. Ciara said she felt like they were moving in a positive direction after.
So those who are asking about why Wes was at her birthday dinner, when Ciara turned 30, a couple months ago, it was a very small dinner and she did not know anything about this relationship. She invited Amanda and Wes. Only Wes showed up.
Not really speaking for 2 years and felt like they were actually starting to be friends again. Not anymore. They were having a lot of conversations like, what do I need from you? What do you need from me? What are some of the boundaries that we want to keep in place? Do you want to know what one of those boundaries that they discussed was? No more sleeping with people on Bravo.
Imagine Wes went to Ciara's birthday party a couple of months ago Amanda didn't show up. Wes has a heart-to-heart conversation with her where he agrees that he wants her back in his life and promises not to date anybody else on Bravo. Meanwhile, he's been fucking Amanda this entire time. This is sociopath behavior. Somebody said, Blue, I was at a shop last week and got into a convo with this white woman in her 30s, and she wants Ciara to get them. Yes, I do not think that Amanda realized that all the white women who used to stand her would abort mission and pivot to Ciara. Now, are there still some Amanda apologists? Of course, because white supremacy likes to kick everybody in the ass a little bit too much, right? So there's always going to be folks who do not want to admit that the reason why they're bending over backwards to excuse Amanda's disgusting behavior is because she's white. And it's not just white folks. There's some black folks who are going to always pick the white person, right? So people who don't want to let go of their internalized bias and just can't stand to see a black woman win, sure. But for the most part, the decent folks are all jumping ship for Ciara.
Well, that's out the window now, isn't it? Ciara said she felt like she was closer to Amanda, and while Amanda was invited to the birthday dinner, she didn't come. But Ciara said, I also know she probably wasn't going to come to my birthday dinner just because you know the rule with her. She wants to be invited, but she doesn't necessarily want to come, which is fine because I'm totally the same way. Ciara is giving Amanda a lot of grace here. A lot of grace. At this birthday dinner, her friends and her did an intention-setting exercise where...
Do you see how she keeps on saying Ciara is giving... Do you see how Ciara's giving Amanda grace? Every single place where Ciara could ether Amanda, she's giving her grace. And yet, after this article, Amanda's team would go out and say that Ciara was attacking her.
They chose a word to live by for that year, and Ciara chose the word community. Ciara said in the past 5 years, she kind of lost that sense of community and she wants to gain it back, which is why Mia is so important. Ciara said to Mia at her birthday dinner that moving into the same building was one of the best decisions she ever made, and she truly thinks it saved her life. We saw her and KJ and Mia talk about how they have to navigate these relationships differently because they are black. Ciara said, I think there's a lack of awareness of how people of color and black people have to move in the world, and it's not fucking fair. Why is it that I'm so much more disposable than another person? People can say it has nothing to do with race, but I think at the crux of it, it has everything to do with race. She goes on to talk about the privilege of being a white person compared to a black person, especially on this show, because you have Kyle who yells, you have Carl who yells, and Ciara has literally once never yelled.
The entire house, including Amanda, screams all the time. Ciara, you could probably count on one hand how many times she's raised her voice the entire years that she's been on. She's been on for 5 years and barely raises her voice.
She said, how is it, Artie, that I'm getting labeled as scary and intimidating? Ciara talks about the nuances of interracial dating. Not only do you have to figure out who this person fucking voted for, you have to figure out, like, okay, you're attracted to me, you like me, but do you like people that look like me? Would you really advocate for all of us? She talks about getting a lot of grief about her taste in men, and she's like, shut the fuck up. It's our fault for having bad taste in men, when men often present themselves as one way for the first 3 months and then completely end up being someone totally different.
Yep.
When it comes to the reunion, as for who she would sit next to, Ciara mentioned Carl, KJ, Lindsay, and Mia. Ciara said her outfit will be a statement. I think what I pick out is going to represent who I am and how I'm feeling on that particular day. This is a moment for me to stand on my own ground. When it comes to what her last conversation with Amanda was like, Ciara said, quote, minimal is all I'll say, because that's something I will talk about at the reunion. Ciara said, it's one thing to experience hurt behind closed doors. To experience it so publicly is like another layer, and then to have to see what you thought was your life still play out in season 10, it's a major mindfuck. Ciara also said, just trust your gut. What's done in the dark always comes to light, and sometimes you really don't even have to do anything except sit back and let the universe handle it all. And to end it, I will say that is Ciara Miller, because in the article she talks about how in her first post on social media after the news broke, she addressed trans visibility, protecting the dolls, and the Girl Scouts, because she said a lot of TV is gluttonous. She said, I wanted to shed light on something that needs a little light. So yeah, that's Ciara Miller.
What's done in the dark always comes to light, and sometimes you really don't even have to do anything except sit back and let the universe handle it. Handle it all. Now, this is how Amanda and Wes responded to Ciara's magazine cover. Someone was saying, why does it feel like every time Ciara gets a magazine cover or is on a red carpet, Amanda leaves the house just to spite her? Well, right after this article came out, Amanda and Wes made it a point to go to, I think, a Yankees game and be seen making out. as like a way to assert their dominance and show that they're united against Sierra, although she did nothing to either of them but trust them. But here's the part that everybody can't unsee, is that Amanda was blown up on the screen, and a lot of mouth reading experts have said that when she saw the camera looking at them, she said, "Act like you like me. Act like you like me." She wanted Wes to kiss her on camera to spite Sierra. Act like you
Why
like
is it that every single time Sierra pops out at the carpet, has a notable moment, is quoted by a source or something like that, do those two have to step outside and make a scene? This is the most Amanda has been out of bed in years, I feel like.
It is.
I mean, seriously, I know she's tired. I know her lazy ass is tired of having to be outside every day to prove to the world that this shit is worth it. I mean, they at least got to keep it up to the reunion, which, do you think that we're going to get joint breakup post, or do you think that we're just going to get another black box with a dog? Do you know what I mean? Do you think she's just going to put it over a puppy and be like, we broke up, sad face, sad face?
When Amanda came out with her relationship status, she put it over a picture of her puppy. I'm just a harmless white girl who steals people's exes and likes to play with puppies. It was so... Ugh.
Do you think she's going to blame it on us? They'll probably blame it on Sierra. They'll probably be like, we just couldn't. West will give another op-ed where he's like, I just couldn't handle the pressure of the relationship with Amanda when it feels like the whole world is against us because of Sierra. He'll spin it like that and put it back on Sierra, the same way that his camp is spinning it every time they call TMZ to put something else out there. The same way they spun it yesterday when they called her article vitriol and said that she blasted West and Amanda. And mind you, the blasting that she did is saying that a man is a man and a man is going to do what a man does, but she's disappointed in Amanda because she's been in her circle for so long. Oh, and maybe she blasted her when she said, I rooted for you, I even fought with your own fucking husband, and this is what you do to me. Maybe that's what blasting is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I really, you know what? We would have to ask West and his friends at TMZ. Because anything that is coming out of TMZ and Dumois, if you notice, it's all framed a certain way. This is definitely those two contacting their friends and being like, okay, she just said something bad about me, so we have.
They're so obsessed with her, it's giving Huda. But if Huda was a couple. Remember when Huda was obsessed with trying to have her stands go against Shelly and Landria's stands? This feels like Wes and Amanda both have beef with Sierra based on resentment, and they're bonding over their hatred of and their glee about betraying her, which is disgusting.
To play into this angry black woman trope. They both suck. They're both losers.
Act like you like me. We had to see it again. Act like you like me. That's not about love. That's not about love.
I think after watching the most recent Summer House episode and just watching the rest of this season through a new lens, there's one thing that continues to stay ever present. And I'm going to be so honest, I don't give a shit about seeing the paparazzi photos of West and Amanda because Sierra said it on the Euphoria red carpet.
I mean, if you steal your friend's ex-boyfriend, it's not good. What do you think is the next step? I feel like you ought to get married.
I mean, I would hope so. You got to make it worth.
You got to make it worth
that.
Exactly. I would expect them to be together after blowing up.
Wes was already seeing somebody else, guys. There's already been women who've come forward who say that they've been dating Wes this entire time, and that Amanda blew up her life for a situationship that's not even exclusive.
A lot. However, after watching the recent episode, you see Sierra sitting on a bed crying, talking about the hurt that West has caused her. And you have Amanda sitting on that bed and Mia is a ride or die. We know that. But you see Amanda on that bed listening to Sierra.
Look at Amanda's face while Sierra's crying.
But is she listening? And that's what Sierra says earlier in the episode. Sierra said this.
If you can't physically see me sitting.
Imagine you're sitting next to the man that you were in love with who broke your heart on national television, put an article out about you in the New York Times saying that you wasn't shit, then apologized to you and spent all summer convincing you he had changed. And now he's sitting next to you making out with this lady.
next to you, then how would you ever see me in any other context of a situation?
And we've heard Ciara talk about being a Black woman and how she feels invisible and not seen. And these two are doing just that. We see Ciara ride or fucking die for Amanda.
You don't realize you're magic.
Oh, really?
Like half the things that Kyle does is because of you.
Oh, ho, brother, ho, whoa, 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 now. You got too much dip on your chip.
I'll let my don't cry, I'll cry. I'll literally cry, Ciara.
She tells Amanda she is magic and starts crying for Amanda because
imagine that you are watching an episode of you telling your friend that she is magic and fuck her husband, she can have whatever she wants, and then you're watching scenes of her confronting your ex-boyfriend like she's the jealous ex and not you. Same day. And also watching her argue with Ben because she doesn't think it's wrong that she told Ben's new Indian girlfriend, well, you know, everybody says he wants to fuck me. Like, I'm the one he actually wants to fuck. But nice to meet you, though, bitch. This is all the same episode. When I tell you Amanda's ego is so loud in these episodes that I'm like, the producers must have juiced this up. I know these scenes existed. They didn't make up the scenes, but I think once they had context, they were like, oh, we're leaving some gems on the floor.
because she feels her pain. And then at the end of the episode, you see Ciara open her heart up about what it means to see West do what he did, just have no regard for Ciara's feeling.
I cannot imagine anybody that I like, let alone my actual ex, who I'm trying to build a relationship with, making out with, like, being next to a man that you have feelings for romantically, making out with somebody next to you, I would disassociate.
There's a reason why he was living on probation for this long. Now he's back in jail.
So Ciara goes to Amanda crying, and you see how quietly she's crying. Ciara's a very dignified cry. While everybody else is screaming, she cries very quietly. And she's trying to be dignified. She's like, Amanda, he's been on probation this entire time. I just took him off of probation a couple of days ago. He just got me to keep my guard down. I have to put him back on probation. And Amanda, the woman who is going to be messing with him, is smiling on her face like, oh, I totally get it, you poor thing. Y'all, this is bone chilling. Anybody who knows my stories about how I've been betrayed by friends in the past, this is bone chilling, and it's all on camera.
Honestly, like, I know that I had this gut feeling of why I didn't want to be friends with him, and this is why. There's a reason why I don't trust him. He can't be a friend to me. He doesn't see me. How can you be a friend to someone you don't see?
How can you be a friend to someone you don't see? And this is Amanda. She don't see you either, child. Amanda's like just bracing herself to like look stoic because she just want to be like, actually, bitch, that's my fucking man. Imagine the person you're complaining to is actively fucking this man while married. And you're cussing out her husband to defend her, not knowing she's stripping the guy that you're crying over. This is nasty work.
And so for then, a few months later, for Amanda and West to do that, not even West. West clearly has proven that he doesn't give two fucks. The only thing he cares about is getting that thing between his legs. But watching Amanda see Ciara visibly impacted to this day from the relationship she had with West and have no regard for it is what makes my heart hurt for Ciara through all of this, because it's so clear how many times Ciara has said, I feel like no one is paying attention to my feelings, but you have someone who is constantly paying attention to the feelings of others that are closest to her. Seeing Ciara's confessionals and seeing how she feels about all of this, to know that Amanda and West just continued to do this and lie to people and play behind Ciara's back.
I just keep thinking, how worth it is it to pursue something that you know will upset a lot of people, and especially people close to you? And what I mean by that is that the audience, is not going to be on board with this. We saw that time and time again through polls of everybody shipping Ciara and West. The general public and online sentiment was them being together. And also there was a poll on Watch What Happens Live about Amanda and West being together, and people did not want it. So you already don't have the audience on your side. But then there's this like mid-tier mid-tier section of people actually in your life. Because let's be honest, who really cares what the public thinks in a general sense of a reality TV person's life? But the people in your life, like, you should care what they think. And we've seen a lot of people in their radius not be okay with this.
For those who are saying that everybody's like shocked about why they're fighting over Wes, there are these people in this world who are lovable, fun guys who have golden retriever, almost puppy dog energy, and you find them so lovable they become attractive. Wes, I've watched, he very much is very beloved by the friend group. He is very charismatic and lovable and doofy and frat boyish, like a golden retriever. Everybody in the house enjoys him. And he also, like a dog, likes to put it like whimper and wag his tail when he fucks up. So him and Amanda both play damsel in different ways. He acts like the harmless frat boy. Amanda acts like just the sad, woe is me girl. And I think that's why people find it so easy to see them as victims and therefore assume they're harmless.
Castmates, old castmates, Danielle, the workist dessert gets like, okay, who cares what they think? But a lot of people in that reality TV circle are Team Sierra and are vocally Team Sierra. So are you good losing these friendships, these working relationships for the people like actually on their cast, but then also in the Bravo sphere and the rest of reality TV world and like influencing? But then I think even closer, like, what do your families think and your best friends? Yeah. I don't think I could look my parents in the eye and tell them, hey, I had a secret fling with my best friend's ex, and I'm going to pursue this. I can't imagine looking my friends in the face and telling them that. And did they tell them that before the statement? Because after the statement, telling people that is like a little crazier. But all I know is that mid-tier section, the reality TV influencing people, that's what we're going to see play out on their shows, on Summer House, on In the City, on their next seasons. Who knows?
Oh, they have a spinoff show called In the City. I think they're going to have to rethink that after what's recently happened. I want to shout out Jamila, Daphne, and Nell. I just realized you guys sent me some birthday money. I appreciate it, guys. For those who've been asking, it's Blue Chalusma 2. It's in the ticker at the bottom. For my birthday, I'm asking people to donate money to the shop rather than spending money buying me gifts on a wish list. But yeah, I do think, and I said this earlier, I think Amanda thought that she would still have public sentiment on her side. I don't think Amanda's ego was ready for this.
That they're going to continue with these shows, but they kind of have to. They're either going to be on Summer House, they're going to be on In the City, they're going to be on both. But that mid-tier section, the Kyle Cooks, the Danielle Olivieras, who already hated Amanda, the KJ, the Mia, they're coming for you. They want answers, not just at this reunion. They're going to be fucking annoyed the next season that you film. They don't trust you. You've already fucked over someone you've known for 5 years. Why would you care about the people that just came on this show?
I guess like a tarot card reader or psychic or something.
Now, guys, I had to be a little messy. For fun, entertainment purposes only, because I don't do readings on public figures, even though the Chalet's fans all lied on me and said I was doing readings on them. I wasn't. But there are a lot of tarot readers who build their business doing readings on celebrities. Most of them are charlatans, just talking out their ass. But every once in a while, you run into one that sounds like, maybe he's onto something. I saw, thank you for those of you who are putting up the cash up. I appreciate you. I saw a tarot guy who had a clip talking about Wes and Sierra, and he made an allegation that I found interesting that I'm already saying now to be responsible is only an allegation. Let's watch. This is for entertainment purposes only.
And he did a reading for the Summer House situation that's going on. He did it, I guess, like a few weeks ago. I think it's been a while. I don't know what everybody believes in spiritually and everything like that. And I don't fully believe in everything, but I'll listen to see what some people are saying about some stuff. And I will tell you, he had some very interesting things to say about the situation. Just watch the clip.
Show, but there is someone around her that he tried to talk to or get at or anything like that to piss her off. His entire goal is not to fall in love. In fact, he doesn't care at all about Amanda, which I'll get into further. But the moon is about deception, so that means that he's just lying to cause a problem. There is something about, he's like obsessed with Sierra, and I'm gonna try and figure out why, but like it's everything that has to do with her. Everybody else is just collateral. He's like tunnel visioned on her. It's kind of scary.
So you just said Wes is obsessed with Sierra. Everybody else is collateral damage. He's obsessed with her. It's kind of scary. Who do you know on this screen right now did a 5-hour and 46-minute story time about a man who was obsessed with her energy, resented her power, but couldn't leave her alone? I know what it's like when you meet a fuckboy who you make feel safe and they open up to you because you made them feel safer than anybody else. But when they realize your self-esteem isn't low enough for you to subscribe to their working agreements, and that just because you made them feel safe doesn't mean you're okay with being complicit in their bullshit, now they resent you for making them feel safe while also holding them accountable. And they become obsessed with you because they resent you for making them confront the collapse of their perception of their masculinity and their manhood. Suddenly you're the bad guy because you are a mirror reflecting something at them, rather than them recognizing that that reflection is themselves, not you. Yeah, I know a little something about that. I might know a little something about that. I do believe that Wes is offended and resents Ciara because her goodness keeps revealing how full of shit he is.
All right. I want to look at why he's obsessed. Because he shared things with her that he doesn't want other people to know. And he feels like she will share.
So that is why, according to him, now again, this is all fun games and foolery, but according to Aphrodite, West, first of all, he's a Scorpio Venus, which Scorpio Venus people are known for being very obsessive when it comes to love and things of romance. But apparently he's very obsessed with Ciara because he opened up at one point. He felt safe and he opened up with her. He told her something and he's afraid that she's going to tell everybody what it is. And Aphrodite does go forward in this video to tell what it is that he thinks it is. I'm sure you could probably guess, but yeah, it's just interesting.
So the thing that they were saying in the comments, I didn't have time to watch the whole video, but in the comments they were saying or alluding to the fact that there was speculation that Wes might have opened up to Ciara about his sexuality being fluid, and that he felt exposed that she knew something so personal and vulnerable about him. And the fact that she's taken the high road and has not disparaged him or brought that up, it almost makes him resent her more. I'm not going to say too much because I've signed documents and I have discernment, but I'm not unfamiliar with this story. I'll just say that. I'm not unfamiliar. Ciara and Wes are both Capricorns. Kyle and Amanda are both Leos.
Biggest reason that I know that white feminism is a real problem is just the perceived threat that so many white women feel from black women just existing.
So I want to talk about the conversations that are now happening about white women and how black women have to be very careful about what kinds of white women that they are in friendship with and in community with. I've told stories before about how it took me a couple of really obvious missteps to recognize how to pick white female friends who are actually there for sisterhood and see me as an equal and not a charity case. It is a skill that you have to, unfortunately, learn the hard way. So I wanted to take a brief moment just talking about the aspect of why Amanda, because Wes, he's a dirty dog, acting like a dirty dog, right? That's not a Scooby-Doo mystery. But the Amanda of it all, the person who was your biggest ride or die, your biggest advocate, your biggest defender, your most vocal defender, who always spoke life to you, who always poured into you, who opened up to you and was being vulnerable to you. So it wasn't like she was being stoic. She was showing that she wanted support as well as give it. Why would you be so nasty and flippant about the woman who did nothing to you, right? And it's almost like, and I've said this before, I've had female friendships in the past with women who I later realized were upset I did not know my place as the fat girl or the black girl. Because how dare you be giving main character energy? How dare you walk into the room as if you own it? I thought you knew you were here to be my sidekick. I've never been anywhere to be a sidekick, so that's jokes on you, bitch. But like, I know what it's like when someone perceives a superiority to you that they assume that you have also internalized. And when you move as if you have not internalized being inferior to them, and that you actually have the audacity to think that you are their equal, they will resent you for not knowing your place. I see it all the time. We talked about it in the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills thing with Bose and Amanda, the other Amanda, in the Beverly Hills franchise. I think it's the same thing here. I think that Amanda thought that Ciara knew that her place was the sidekick, and Ciara has been giving main character energy. And subconsciously, Amanda was like, not so much, bitch.
I continue. I'm going to reference myself as attractive. Yes, I know. Shocker. I did this before and y'all got on my ass. I don't know what to say. We're going to keep doing it. But as a Black woman, when you like transition from unattractive to being perceived as attractive, you will notice a change in behavior from not only men, but also women, specifically white women. Especially when you don't fit like a certain stereotype that they associate with your race and like what they deem a Black woman should act like. It's almost like they don't know how to act with you and they end up, feeling this contempt. They implicitly know that they are the standard. Like they have been socialized to know that. It's been their experience to have men want them of any race. But in that, they also know that whiteness is sort of blankness.
So did you hear what she said? White women all know, whether they want to admit it or not, that they are considered the standard globally, and that whatever country they go to, whatever room they're in, they're supposed to be seen as the standard of beauty, even if they're not. There is a privilege that comes from knowing that you are the default standard of womanhood for all the races, not just your own. I can't tell you how many white women I've met who have been disparaged by a white man in a breakup and joke to me, at least they know the niggas will still want them. I'm no longer friends with any of those bitches, but they exist. Yeah? So we have been told that our men are the most sexually desirable and the least loyal to us. So everybody wants to fuck them and they're not pressed about keeping us around. And so white women tend to assume something. Actually, there was a video I found about a white woman talking about what she thinks it means when a white man dates a Black girl. I'm going to see if I can find it while this video is playing. So I'm going to take myself down.
I actually don't mean that in like a mean way. I mean, it is the standard. It's the norm. It is the opposite of exoticism. So in their male-centered minds, they're thinking, yeah, like in majority of cases, I'm going to get the guy. But when they want a little switch up, a change from their usual, that is when women of color, specifically Black women, become a big threat. It's like a lot of them sort of know that a lot of girls look like them. A lot of pretty girls look like them. They can never account for the allure of a deviation from that norm. When they see an attractive Black woman, it's like, okay, I have to see it. How can I fight against this? I don't have the facilities to fight against this. And to compensate for that, I think that's why we see a lot of like white women try to play into the features of women of color. The style, the slick backs, the lip filler, mannerisms, all of it. Like they want to be able to oscillate between all types of attractiveness, become this sort of like maxed out woman who has every single thing a guy could ever want at any time. Because they are so used to being the standard, they cannot accept someone wanting something different. So they kind of try to like borrow parts of you to become that so that won't happen again. It's very interesting and it happens more than you would think.
White women have always been this jealous of Black women. Let's talk about it. I really don't think Scamanda is like really about Wes being this like irrefutably, intensely desirable man.
We all know that's the Scamanda scandal. The Wes and Amanda scandal is not about Wes being some heartthrob. That we all can agree on.
So much as it is about jealousy, female jealousy, racialized jealousy. It's this idea that Black women are only acceptable when they're like fitting into a box, when they are agreeable, when they do what you say, when they're non-threatening. But as soon as they subvert like power or beauty standards or the racial hierarchy, white women want to best them as soon as possible. And that, folks, the idea that Black women should be humbled as soon as they like reach beyond the stars, that's as American as apple pie. How about some examples? During enslavement, white slave owners would have these massive plantations with their white family thereon. Meanwhile, they were sexually assaulting Black enslaved women all of the time. And how did white women react to this? Did they offer compassion? Did they offer help? No. They were angry, they were mad, they were violent towards these women who were victims.
Did you hear what she said? She said when Black women during enslaved times would be assaulted by white plantation owners, instead of the white wives, and this is just a matter of history, you can look it up, instead of the white wives being disgusted by their husbands for attacking other women and for being in solidarity and wanting to save women from being attacked, these women started to see Black women as threats to their marriage. You and your high booty and your big breasts and your swinging hips, you're tempting my husband. And a lot of white women actually started to develop, and again, guys, please look this shit up, started to develop resentment towards Black women for tearing their husbands away from them. When they would see little mulatto, as they would call them back in the day, little mixed race babies running around the plantation with their husband's eyes, they weren't mad at the husband, they were mad at the slave. They were mad at the enslaved African. How dare you not be able to lure him into your bed? not thinking this woman is being raped. She's not choosing this. So there's a long history of white women resenting Black women even as they're actively watching them be abused.
There was no sense of female solidarity, only that these white women wanted to best these women that they had enslaved. And so were born the stereotypes of the Jezebel and the Sapphire, the trope that Black women are hypersexualized temptresses who just want to steal white men from them. Or how about the Tiana?
Guys, there's commercial in the lives unless you have a premium. That's just YouTube. That's just called YouTube, guys. That's how YouTube works. That's not me specifically. That's just called having a YouTube channel.
Laws in New Orleans. The idea that Black women would walk around with their beautiful, gorgeous black hair, and white women felt that like their men were attracted to it, that these Black women had become too tempting, too beautiful, and they wanted to stop it. So what did they do? They demanded legislation to force these Black women to cover their hair, right? Like these Black women were too beautiful and they were too much competition for the attention of white men. So they outlawed their hair. Or how about the modern day pet to threat phenomenon? The idea that when Black women enter into a...
Raise your hand if you've heard about the pet to threat phenomenon. We talked about it before, about how when you are a Black woman and you are in a corporate or even a nonprofit environment, you're in a group environment that's an office or a collective, they at first are obsessed with you. Oh my God, you're so amazing. Keisha is so articulate and funny and pithy, and she takes such initiative and she has such great ideas. You are always the pet as the Black woman at first. Then you become a threat because now that same Keisha has learned how to do all the bookkeeping, the systems, she's streamlined processes, and now she has ideas, and now she's wondering why she hasn't gotten a promotion even though she's running the company for you. And now the same Keisha that you love when you hired, you're saying that bitch doesn't know how to stay in her place. She was a pet, but now she's a threat. Okay? The pet to threat thing is very big. It's a very big thing.
corporate workplace. They're selling...
If the person was saying not Keisha, I'm actually using that example because I've always talked about how colorism isn't just about your skin color or your features. It's also about the perception of education. As a Black woman who is perceived as being educated because of my diction, I could be a totally fucking idiot, right? But because of my diction, the way that I talk, my vernacular, my word choice, etc., there's an assumption of being educated that people have immediately. White people see that subconsciously as a proximity to whiteness, even though I'm a dark-skinned plus-size Black woman. And so there have been times that I have been in workplaces, like when I was working with my homegirl Keisha, where Keisha was working there before me, and Keisha is the one who trained me, and within 6 months, I was her boss. Because I was perceived to have a proximity to whiteness, even though she and I were the same color, because of my diction and my proximity to education. And they think that educated means white, right? And so, yes, I have watched a literal Keisha be treated away because there was an assumption that she was too Black for ascension. And can we be honest? Every dark-skinned Black woman who sounds highly educated and who moves in educated spaces knows that there is a privilege that comes from the perception of being educated. That's why the world is full of the light-skinned girl who is going to use her privilege in order to be chosen by the rappers, and the dark-skinned girl, hard-work, soft life, who's going to use her education as her proximity to whiteness. There's different proximities to whiteness. Basically, anything good and valuable and desirable is considered to be tethered to whiteness. So yes, you can be a dark-skinned woman and still benefit from the subconscious leanings of colorism. But maybe that's a conversation for another time. Let's keep playing this.
Celebrated. Oh my God, she's so funny, right? There's like all of the microaggressions, like the snapping of the fingers. Yeah, girl. Until that Black woman inevitably becomes really good at her job, becomes better than everyone else. And then suddenly she's a threat. She's a threat to the social order. She's suddenly a threat to these white women. And they try to get them fired as soon as possible. This jealousy is like so overwhelming for certain white women that they've tried to appropriate Black women and their features and their culture, all while ousting them, right? Like, what is the origin of lip filler in this country? Why does every white woman want to have larger lips? Or there's the whole BBL crisis. Like, what's that about? Or suddenly, like, you're doing mermaid braids or whatever the hell you call them. You're just appropriating Black culture. You're taking the whole faces of Black women and like calling it your own. It's psychotic. All of these examples point to one thing, and that's this like innate, psychic, intense jealousy towards Black women, right? So like Amanda isn't like dating Wes now because she really wants him and like she wants to be with him I think she's jealous. I think she's mad that Kyle has always been 10 toes down for Ciara, that Ciara entered into the summer house on her own and has become a shooting star and is lauded for her beauty and her grace and her intellect, and like Amanda's just there, right? She's jealous. So she's done what she thinks she can do to best Ciara. She's taken Wes from her. What did I tell you? Scamanda is like American as apple pie. All right, bye.
There is this woman whose story I did not include because it was too long. But there's a woman who had a story around this topic where she said she had a friend who was running track. Her friend was the only Black person in the track team that they had. They were doing these sprints, like these rehearsals, not rehearsals, what they call a track practice. Y'all can tell I do not run track. But they were doing some kind of track practice where they were doing everybody's time to get their best times to see who was ready to go to the meet or whatever. They were telling this woman that this Black girl was at this event and she's running, and she was like the third fastest person there. Not the first, not even the second. She was like the third fastest girl in this track thing, right? As she's running, the girl who is behind her in fourth starts crying, stops running, stomps, and sits on the floor and starts crying. Everybody stops the practice to run to her. What's wrong? When she got close to the girl was screaming I don't care if they're faster than me, but she can't be fucking faster than me. The girl was mad that the Black girl was faster than her. Know what she said? She wasn't mad that other people were faster than her. She didn't mind the white girl who was in first. She didn't mind the Asian girl who was in second. She specifically threw a tantrum because the Black girl was ahead of her. And the girl in the video was like, it's moments like that where you're like, it's shocking it can be that simple. We talk about nuance, but sometimes the shit is real fucking basic. The girl lost her mind and threw a tantrum because she was personally offended that she couldn't best the Black girl. Fuck the fact that there were two other people ahead of the Black girl. Let's continue listening.
White women are not our friends. Like if you're a Black woman, most white women are not our friends. Okay? When they do...
Now, I'm going to say this. She said most, not all, and that is important. I am someone who has white women friends who I adore. They have also been chosen and vetted very intentionally. I do believe that without intention, it is not safe to have white women friends without intention, especially in this climate, because everything having to do with race has to be intentional to be safe in this climate. That is not disparaging white people. It's acknowledging the ecosystem that we all find ourselves in. If you have a white person in your life that you cannot have courageous conversations about race, class, religion, anything of that sort, particularly things that are fundamental to you and your safety and your personhood and your representation, they are not your friend. If you have to walk on eggshells with your white friend, that's just a white person you know. That is not your friend. In this climate, you have to choose a side. You're either going to choose humanity or white supremacist tribalism and Christian nationalism, right? There's no gray there. Because if you're choosing something that directly harms me and my family, that speaks for itself, yes? That's not even about politics as much as like math. If 1 + 3 is going to fuck me up me and my family, and you vote for it, then you're voting against me and my family, right? So the premise of this might seem radical, where she says that most white women are not your friends. I'm going to push back and say that the majority of white women in this world are not equipped or even inclined right now because of the economy to be thinking about how do I hold space for Black people to be in community with me and be safe, particularly when it comes to Black women. That's a very intentional mindset. That's not a casual thing that you happenstance about. You're either doing it on purpose or you're not doing it at all. Right? So I just want to preface that before you guys get frazzled by some of the radical language.
Connect with us is often from a place of hierarchy, guilt, or pedestalization, rarely ever in solidarity, right? When they do connect with us, it's just to reinforce power.
When they do connect with us, it's just to reinforce power. What she's trying to say here is, if you are in community with me under the premise that you are superior to me and you pity me from a place of superiority, that's not community. I don't pity any of my friends. I feel empathy for them when they're going through rough patches. I root for them when they're going for their dreams. I wince when they do something cringe because we're all human. I get annoyed when they do something annoying. I get excited when they do something exciting. But I don't walk around pitying my friends. That sounds exhausting. And so she's pointing out that it's very rare, again, unless it's intentional, that you're in community with a white woman unless she has intentionally confronted the parts of her that assume superiority. Now, I picked this clip because she's going to unpack all the places that white women assume superiority, even while thinking they're allies.
Right? It's not from a space of partnership, and it's been this way since the plantation, right? Since slavery days, it's been this way. I want you to watch this video.
For the second time in 3 weeks, a black man who I am a colleague to has sent me a joke about how soft and nurturing and coddling white women are.
So this girl, her video sped up. She said, for the second time in a week, a black man has sent her funny memes mocking black women and talking about how amazing white women are. Remember when I told you that black men and white women hang out and bond in second place because white supremacy is meant for masculinity and whiteness, and black men have half of the equation and white women only have half of the equation, and so they bond over hovering at second place? If it's about race, then the white woman is in second place. If it's about gender, then the black man's in second place. While they're hovering in second place, they're also talking shit about black women. And a lot of white women have confessed to me that they didn't realize how compromised their allyship was until they started chin-checking black men about talking shit about black women to them. If you know a white woman who dates a lot of black men who tells you she's never heard a black man speak ill of black women, just assume she's a pathological liar. She's a liar. Doesn't mean she's dated them, but she's come across them. Now, if she's come across them and thrown them away, good for you. Good for you, sis. But I don't believe any white woman who is predominantly encapsulated in romantic spaces with black men who says they've never heard a black man speak ill of a black woman. That is bullshit. Because a lot of times black men bond with white people about mocking us. There are black men who have said to me, and there's also a thread I think I saw on Threads a couple of days ago. A black man said when he said he's a black man who prefers to date other black people, the white men were the most shocked because they were used to talking to brothers who are aiming and asking for advice about how to get a white girl. White men were shocked that black women were safe in his space. They're like, oh, I thought how we bond is we go to the barbershop with y'all and talk shit about black bitches. So white people have been taught that our own men will disparage us. And so this woman is saying that it freaked her out that her coworker was trying to bond with her. And let me see if I can see what this says. It says, after 2 missed calls, white women are like, hey, babe, please call me back. But black women are like, I hope you blank, 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 and starts cussing you out. So this woman is showing memes that black man is sending her making fun of black women.
And how mean and harsh black women are in relationships. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a white woman, don't participate in that. It's not funny. They're testing to see what you're going to do, what you're going to say. It is absolutely disgusting that they even think that it's okay to send me that. And it's offensive to me that they believe I'm going to laugh at the expense of black women. There's nothing funny about it. There are plenty of things that we can joke about, plenty of people that we can poke fun of. The last people who need to be the center of a joke are black women. And additionally, this is a pattern I've seen over years of black men married to black women who form a friendship with white women, myself, and then start finding a way to put black women down to get into the good graces of me. And that tells me everything I need to know about you as a man, you as a husband, you as your character, and not someone I want to be around, because I work very hard to be a safe space, to know better, do better, and the last thing I'm going to do is get involved in your fury.
First of all, on the surface, that seems admirable. She says, I'm doing my best to be a good ally. You tell me about how much black women suck. Baby, I'm not about to turn my back on these black women and help you talk about how much they suck. I don't want to be a part of your fuckery. I will admit at first blush, that sounds noble, doesn't it? Yes? We're about to unpack some internal bias right now. Y'all ready? Let's discuss what she's saying that you might have missed, and that a lot of white women and lighter skinned women miss when they're pontificating about how they're true allies despite the black men who try to trap them.
So their power has always been connected to our dehumanization. So even today, when they try to stand with us, it's from a place of being our sympathizers or our saviors, really from just seeing us as equals. So
do you hear how nowhere in the statement did she say these sentiments aren't true, black women are just as good as us? Nowhere in her statements does she make direct acknowledgement that she isn't superior to black women, that they aren't compromised in comparison to white women. She instead speaks as if she does not want to help black men punch down. It is subtle. If you are someone who studies human nature for a living, it's a little bit louder. It never occurs to you to say, black women are my equal, I disagree with this, stop sending me this. You're saying you can't stop bullying the nerdy kid. Stop punching down to the thing below us. Stop punching down to the thing below us is not the same thing as saying it's not below us at all. And a lot of people do not hear or understand how the absence of that reaction speaks to subconscious bias. If someone was to tell me right now that Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter is not a great singer, and that it's fucked up that she stole A-Marie's sound because A-Marie is a better singer than her, the first thing you would say if you were a Beyonce fan or someone who believes in Beyonce's value is, Beyonce's an amazing singer, or Beyonce's an amazing talent, or Beyonce's an amazing entertainer. Your first thought, even when it comes down to Beyonce and A-Marie, who most of you watching this don't know personally, right? You're thinking, well, you're diminishing the value of someone. So my first gut reaction is to tell you, hey, stop diminishing their value. This is where I believe their value actually is. Conversely, if you were on the street with your homegirl and a homeless man who smelled like dog shit walked by, and your friend says, ooh, that nigga stank, you agree he stinks. You just don't agree that it's cooler for her to make fun of him. You're not going to say, oh, he doesn't smell, he smells amazing, leave him alone. You're instead going to say, stop punching down, he's homeless. Do y'all see the difference between what happens when you don't disagree but feel bad about punching down versus when you adamantly disagree because you believe somebody's value has not been properly encapsulated? A lot of white women and racially ambiguous women think that they're doing the Lord's work by saying, stop punching down at the homeless man for stinking, rather than saying, hey, that's not a homeless man, he doesn't stink at all. Saying don't make fun of black women is not the same thing as saying I disagree with what you're making fun of.
Their version of connecting with us and standing with us is being like us being someone that they can pity, them being someone who they can be superior towards, them centering themselves as like the moral one. Are y'all tracking that? While we continue to be positioned as like the one who's struggling, as like the struggle or whatever. And why do I say this? Her response is technically correct, right? It's the morally correct one, which is like, oh no, don't put other women down to get close to me. Still centering herself as the moral one. So much so that she can't realize that the true insult is to her. She can't realize that, right? So it's in the verbiage.
When a black man or a Latin man or a white man says, I would rather be with a white woman because they're easier to control and more docile, who's actually being insulted in that statement? Well, all I'm hearing is you think they have lower self-esteem. They're less likely to hold you accountable. They have more compromised self-advocacy skills. They don't know how to set and or enforce healthy boundaries. How is it that you've convinced yourself that when a black man sends you a meme that says, because I read the meme to y'all, if you haven't called a black woman for hours, she's going to insert asking for accountability. But if you call a white woman, she's going to say, hey, babe, I missed you. In that meme, he's applauding the woman who doesn't hold him accountable. That's you. So why are you feeling so bad for us? The only way that you heard a scenario where you were seen as having less self-esteem, less self-advocacy, and less direct communication skills, and you convince yourself that I was the one being made fun of, even though you're the one who's being clocked for having compromised integrity and being easy to manipulate, the only way you feel bad for me in that scenario is if a part of you already believed that I was inferior. Do y'all see the subtle ways that people subconsciously tell on themselves, not just by what they say, but what they don't say? Again, if someone was to say that A. Marie was a bigger star than Beyonce, your first thought isn't to say, oh no, don't punch down on Beyonce. Your first thought is to talk about how much value she has. If you hear someone that you already believe has intrinsic value being devalued, your first reaction is usually to speak of their value. If you pity someone and someone you already pity is being brought down, your first inclination is to say, leave them alone. You're being a good person in both scenarios, but only in one of those scenarios do you see them as an equal. The issue isn't what she said. The issue is she revealed that even though she feels bad for us, she doesn't necessarily see us as equals. Does that make sense, guys? Yes, the sins of omission.
She's like, oh, don't put nobody else down to get into good graces with me. They're putting you down and telling you that you're easier prey. Okay? So instead of seeing it as, oh, I prefer white women, it's, I prefer less resistance. Okay? But they can't see it that way. She's caught up in performing sisterhood. If you watch that video and you actually took time to slow down and read the examples of the jokes that the black men were making with her about us, okay? What she got from that was, oh no, I'm not gonna help you laugh at black women. I have to be the good one, the morally just one. I stand with them. You're not gonna get to put down another woman. You're not gonna get to. It's like, girl, there's a bigger issue here. The bigger issue is not that he's putting us down. It's that he's putting you down. Yeah, he's putting you down, but
your brain can't perceive that you might be the loser in this scenario. You just assumed that we were the loser in the scenario. Why were you so quick to assume that we're the loser in the scenario, even though all the memes are talking about how much of a coward you are who's easier to prey upon? All the memes are about how you're easier to control. So why do you feel bad for us?
Because of their hierarchical, their superior mindset, they still see us as the butt of the joke. Their default is to see us as the one who's the struggle in this joke, right? You are the mockery. When black men come to white women and say things like, oh, we really like white women because black women, they're too hard on us, or they're too loud, or they're too this, or they're too that, and they're not soft enough. But you're soft, and you this, and you're peaceful. And whenever that is the rhetoric, white women need to see that they are the butt of that joke. Okay? They're offending you. They're telling you that you're easier to access, that you are the weakest link. That's what they're telling you. But they cannot see that because they think and believe that they're superior to us. Okay? And if you are a white woman who supports my content, do not feel offended by my words, okay? If it doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply. I do know that there are women who are not of color who are able to actually stand with us in true solidarity and see themselves in us and not pity us or sympathize with us or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying that they don't exist, right? I'm talking about the majority of white women. That's what I'm talking about, the majority. Don't.
Here's the thing. Someone says, what was our attitude? Here's the biggest joke about the attitude conversation and why I think it's intellectually dishonest. When a white woman wants to endear herself to the black community, particularly the black male gaze, the first thing she emulates is the black woman's attitude. So that tells me the white woman knows it's not our attitude that's bothering us. It's us having the audacity to have that attitude while being black. And they know if they co-opt the exact same attitude in their white bodies, it'll be more palatable. It was never the fucking attitude. It was never the fucking attitude. Black men love a fat bootied white bitch who acts black. They love that shit. It was never the attitude. It was the blackness. For anybody who's new here, we say the quiet part out loud on this show. Welcome.
Take it as a reason to feel offended or attacked, but rather take it as a teaching moment to figure out how you're going to connect better in the future, right? Self-reflect with what I'm saying. Don't take offense to what I'm saying. I remember one day there was this post of like I think it was like a Twitter post, and there was like men saying like, oh, they want to get them a white woman because something about like they'll build with you and they don't care as much about money. And the white women were in the comments like, we don't know what the hell you're talking about, but we want your money and we believe.
White women invented gold digging. They're like the masters at it. They're excellent. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I always find that so funny. Like, we constantly hear about how white women they marry smarter than us because they marry for self and not community in the way that we do all the time. Like, culturally speaking, if you're looking for somebody who's not a gold digger, you're better off choosing a black woman. We're the ones who are actually usually the breadwinners. Y'all really just come on here and say whatever.
And we will take the kids, the dog, the house, the car, everything. They were defending themselves. They were like, we are not these weak, meek women that y'all keep on insinuating or keep on pushing the rhetoric that we are. We are not that. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see y'all defend yourselves when they make jokes about you. That's what I want to see, because that joke was not about us. They are talking negatively about you too. They're making jokes about you as well. Defend yourself. Please. Don't sympathize with us. Defend yourself.
One of the saddest, most diabolical things about...
Now here's the thing, and this is an example of a white woman who gets it. I did this on purpose. We were talking about how white women who are actually safer to be around because they're not operating from the quiet assumption of superiority and actually see black women as equals. Then when they see us as equals, then they're actually incredibly great at picking up the nuances that we would pick up because we see ourselves as equal. You're about to see a white woman pick up a nuance in how Wes treats Amanda versus how Wes treats Sierra. And the only reason she's able to pick up this disparity in his treatment towards them that she believes, that I believe, I'll say, is based on race, is because she sees black women as equals, as people. And so she can read this through the lens of womanhood rather than using blackness as a fucking smokescreen to feign confusion. When you don't see someone as your equal, when you see someone as less than, it's impossible for you to sincerely empathize with all the places where you and them actually have commonalities. So here's an example of what happens when actual allies see us as all women of equal value and therefore can call out the men amongst us, be they black, white, or anything in between.
This West and Amanda summer house scandal happened on last night's episode, and I didn't even realize it until this morning. So on last night's summer house, we see this really emotional conversation between Sierra and Wes. And they were having that conversation about how a lot of the outside noise and being on a TV show kind of affected their friendship. Wes admitted that a lot of the outside noise made him resent Sierra, even though Sierra wasn't doing anything.
So Sierra is getting hate mail and being called a bed wench and a nigger bitch and all types of crazy shit. And Wes does an article that gets both of them hate mail. And Wes's reaction to the consequences of his own poor choices is to resent Sierra, the actual only victim in this. Sierra, the person who did not ghost herself, did not fucking leave herself, did not put out a New York Times article. The only person in the scenario who did absolutely nothing is who he resents, and not the audience who's mad at him for his own behavior. That's how he responds to backlash when it's tethered to his relationship with Sierra.
I think it's interesting that at this point in time, Wes is probably receiving the most flack that he's ever gotten.
So now fast forward to 2026, when Wes is getting the most hatred he's ever got in his entire life because of his relationship to Amanda. Now let's see how differently he reacts when he gets bad feedback based on Amanda versus Sierra.
As a public figure since being on Summer House. And that's because of his relationship with Amanda. Yet his messaging is totally different. On West's podcast, he said that Amanda is getting a lot of the flack and that he just wishes that these people would come at him instead. So when he was getting flack in his relationship with Ciara, his go-to was to resent Ciara. But when he's getting flack in his relationship with Amanda, his instinct is to defend her. As a Summer House fan, that just absolutely breaks my heart because
do y'all see how loud that is? When I was exposing Vic for being the coon that I knew he was on day one that it took y'all a couple of weeks to figure out, I said, Vic picked a white woman from a broken home with daddy issues and a police record. And I said, I know for a fact there's not a fucking chance in hell that Vic would pick a black woman with the same rap sheet. Not a chance in fucking hell. All the shit that made that white girl, Christine, a demure damsel, would have made a black woman a hood rat bitch to him. All the shit that Wes got with Ciara when she was a true victim made him resent her. When Amanda is a literal villain who conspired to betray her best friend, now suddenly Amanda's a poor damsel that he has to defend. Even though the only actual damsel in all this has been Ciara. Right. Isn't that something? Before I continue this video, I want to play a video that I haven't watched. I only saw the first couple of lines. I saw a video on Instagram, and probably because the algorithm could tell I was doing research for this live. And in the video from Instagram, it's a white woman explaining why she doesn't think it's possible for white men to actually ever be attracted to black women. And that when she sees white men attracted to black women, she can clock that something's wrong with them. I said, now, you know what? I'm going to wait to watch this with the collective. Because I felt like this was going to piss me off. So we're about to watch this clip together for the first time. I've never seen the entire clip because the first couple of sentences blew me.
Reasons why white men pursue black women, and this is like part 3. The white savior complex. Yes, some white men do feel like they are saving a black woman from trauma, poverty, or whatever situation that they are in.
So white men date black women because they have a savior complex and they want to they want to protect us from poverty because we're black, so we have to be poor. Got it.
Some of them genuinely feel that the only way for a black woman to be out is for them to marry a white man. Another reason is white narcissism. They have a racial superiority and feel that other races are inferior, so they go and they find a black woman to serve them. Some white men pursue black women because they're bored. They are bored of their conventional, traditional, and usually Christian lives, and they want to spice things up, so they go pursue black women the same way you would go to an adult store and pick out a new toy to play with. Some white men pursue black women because of wagers or bets that they make with their friends, trying to see.
Now he has a gambling bet. He had the casino betting if he could get a black girl. What is happening? For those who are saying this woman is the biracial woman, I know this woman's story. She's questionable to me for some reason.
If that person is able to score with a black woman, and they will either get brownie points or they will confirm whatever stereotype or bias that they have about black women.
Hold the fuck up. So, y'all, when I say I want to eat her ass up real bad, but I ain't even finna call this lady out her motherfucking name. But you're telling me those are the only reasons why a white man would date a black woman besides the obvious personality? Black women, our personality is amazing.
Those who say, ma'am, just say your man cheated on you with a black woman. Actually, her mother is a black woman who hates being black. Her whole shtick, she's biracial, that lady who was talking just now. Her whole shtick on social media is she's the white presenting biracial child of a black woman who hated being black. And sometimes it makes it seem like she's trying to combat her mother's ideologies. And other times I'm like, I'm not sure the apple fell from the tree. She's a tricky character.
We are not boring. You said the white man can be boring. Yeah, we are not boring. Excitement, love doing new things. Our energy is just magnetic. Or he could just be literally just physically fucking attracted to a black woman.
By the way, guys, when you're doing a provocative clip and it's several parts, the care or lack of care you show in providing context and safety while framing the clip tells me a lot. If she, as a biracial Black woman, said, this is part 3 of the reasons, the limiting reasons why white men sometimes date Black women when they are unsafe and unhealthy. And I just want y'all to know that I believe that Black women are deserving of love, but these are what manipulators do when they are white seeking interracial relationships. Any sort of framework like that would have said, I'm exposing manipulation tactics. I'm not sharing what I think is a vast majority of what's happening. The lack of context, even if she gave it in the first video, that flippancy already speaks to me. I had a longer fucking intro when I was doing my trans videos. When you really give a fuck about dealing with a sensitive topic, about a demographic that you don't want to feel like you're punching down at, there's a level of care and intentionality you have with how you approach it. And the fact that she was able to storyboard that list into 3 parts and have talking points and bullet points means that she did have intentionality. It just didn't extend to making sure that Black women didn't feel like they were being attacked. Y'all stay telling yourselves. Let's watch the rest of this video before I have to go.
Yeah, Ciara deserves so much better, especially from someone that she cares so much about, as was evident on last night's Summer House. Also, I really hate getting on here and defending Jessie Solomon.
So Jessie Solomon is Wes's best friend, the one who had a crush on Ciara and said to Wes, if you don't like Ciara, can I have a chance with her? I think she's a great girl. And Wes was like, what are you talking about? That was my girlfriend. That's fucked up. Jessie said that he's still friends with Wes because Wes is his best friend, and that he did not suspect that something was happening with Amanda and Wes until February, and they came out with the relationship I think in like late March, early April. So people are saying that how are you cool with Ciara but still best friends with Wes? And I think this lady wants to defend Jessie Solomon.
Like I'm about to, but I'm seeing a lot of people calling him a liar after his appearance on Watch What Happens Live last night. And I don't think that he really lied. I actually believe Jessie when he says that he didn't find out about Amanda and Wes' relationship until they released their statement. Now, obviously said that he had inklings and those started around February. I do think that Jessie had really, really strong suspicions that he's downplaying because he just didn't want to deal with this or to think that this was true. And I think that those suspicions possibly happened before February. But I also think that 2 things can be true here. I think that Jessie is hurt by the fact that Wes lied to him and the fact that Wes hasn't even apologized to Jessie, which I think all the Summer House cast members should be apologized to. And I also think that Jessie is going to protect his best friend and still wants to protect his best friend. On Watch What Happens Live last night, he was...
We said earlier about how men protect men. Unless you do some gay shit, your bros are probably going to have your back, even if you're being problematic, child.
Talking about how Wes literally sat on the floor with him when he was getting news about his cancer. And I don't think that Jessie...
For those who are wondering, Jessie had a cancer scare and Wes was there for him. So they bonded over a really traumatic, life-altering incident. And I think that's a part of the reason why I understand how tricky it could be for him, because Jessie Solomon was considered a Playboy villain in previous seasons. And this year's Playboy villain is his best friend who had his back during a cancer scare. So the fact that he just figured out how to be a decent man his damn self 5 minutes ago, and this is his best friend, and somebody who had his back during a tragedy, I'm not saying I condone it, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that Jessie's finding it tricky to take a hard stance away from Wes just because of what Wes means to him, unfortunately.
Is at all ready to close the door on a friendship with Wes. I also think by his appearance on Watch What Happens Live, it seems like he is a little angry at him.
My friend Denisha, she...
Meanwhile, Ciara's out here prospering. Ciara's out here doing photo shoots, red carpets, interviews. She's getting brand deals. People are saying something about her being on Dancing with the Stars. I haven't vetted that yet, so don't take it as gospel. Please look that up. But like Ciara's stars is on the rise, and if it took Amanda's mask falling off finally, because God, I've been waiting a decade for this. It was like Amanda Batula's mask finally falling off to free Ciara of the clutches of Wes wasting her time any further, because Wes has been wasting her time for 2 years now on this, I want us to be friends and kind of want to flirt with you, but don't want anybody else to talk to you ever. You know what I mean? So if Amanda's mask falling off frees Ciara of her fucked up friendship and frees Ciara of her warmth and fondness for Wes and catapults her career, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, 2 birthdays ago, I was betrayed by 2 close friends / business partners and a man I was entertaining romantically. 3 people who I DM'd and opened up to the most simultaneously betrayed me 2 birthdays ago. It was April 2024. April 2026, I'm now having a prosperous business, a group of friends now that I adore and value because I understand what the absence of safety looks like. So I deeply value the presence of it. I'm in a new townhouse. My sister is now working as my assistant. She's moving to Boston. I'm refurbishing my family house. I say this without an ounce of hyperbole. Every good thing that is happening to me now only happened because I was willing to let those motherfuckers go. There's a level of shrinking, apologizing, time wasting, power that I was hemorrhaging to other people rather than keeping it for myself. All the bad things that had to happen for me to be in community with them, when they disappeared, I turned all that energy back inward. I took my power back and got a lot of shit for it, a lot of good shit for it, right? So just be clear, Ciara getting this blessing by way of a painful betrayal that had her sobbing and sliding down a wall, not everything that hurts is bad for you. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, if not most times in my life, when a space is being cleared this dramatically, it's because that what God has in place for you is so amazing, it needs all the extra room. God needed all the extra room that was made in my life 2 birthdays ago for me to be able to be renting out beach houses in Malibu and inviting 20 friends to dinner. Are you serious? 2 birthdays ago, I could barely afford extra guac, right? My money, my mental health, my self-esteem, my peace, my discernment all skyrocketed because I was willing to accept what was rather than crying over what could have been. And so seeing Ciara take that approach, I know she's still hurt. I know she's probably shed some tears. I know her friends are probably treating her gently and being compassionate to her. And congratulations on the clarity. I always say this to my clients when they have a heartache that reveals something that always was. Congratulations on the fucking clarity, Ciara. So let's end with Ciara getting the last laugh and just being really happy and kikiing, and Ciara letting us find out that she has Black friends, because you know she's the only Black person except for Mia and KJ on the show. But in real life, niggas hold her down. We love to see it.
Just sent me a voice note. I have an 11-minute. She's watching for the first time.
No, I can't. You really the Rosa Parks of this shit. These niggas sit down and talk about issues of race. Cause why the fuck y'all keep getting her name wrong? And why the fuck they calling this Asian nigga Jackie Chan? Oh, see, a bitch like me can't be on a show like this. Cause
No,
it'll turn into Love and Hip Hop real quick.
Period.
So guys, this was our first live back the hiatus. Somebody said I'm getting emotional. This is my birthday. Happy birthday! And then I got bad news, kind of sad and broken. Wish me the best. I'm wishing you the best. Here's the thing. Clarity is always an improvement. So congratulations on the clarity. Congratulations on it being your birthday, bitch. Okay? That means everything up until this point that has tried to kill you has failed. That alone is reason to rejoice. So congratulations on still being here and being even clearer than you were yesterday. I think clarity is always an amazing gift, even though I don't always like the rapping. My birthday is on Friday. I've had some really painful birthdays, and I'm determined to rewrite that story. So this year, I am choosing to have a happy birthday. I'm not wishing for, hoping for. I am choosing a happy birthday actively. And I just pray that everybody in the room was somebody who would love on me and pour into me and give me whatever support I need, but don't always know how to ask for. Shout out to Estelle and Bridget and my sister in particular. They have their own group chat. I think they're planning some stuff. I don't know. I have completely relinquished the reins on this. I booked the beach house and the restaurant, but everything else, I think they're trying to figure it out and give me some time to just like relax. So my vacation actually starts tomorrow. I'm excited. For anybody who's in the members only, please keep your eyes peeled. April 24th to 26th, I will be popping up for some members only lives, at least one good one during my birthday weekend, because I do want to talk to y'all from Malibu or whatever. And yeah, I hope this live was informative. I hope it was entertaining. Y'all watch me work through my edibles and munchies hitting and having to fuck up some crazy feta and some what is it? Triscuits. I don't even know the last time I ate a fucking Triscuit, but that shit was busting. I adore y'all. For anybody who wants to sign up for the Thursday afternoon, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock London time on that shift emotional intelligence workshops. Our Wednesday night classes are sold out, but we still have Thursday afternoon classes. And I look forward to seeing you guys this weekend. All right. The Michael Jackson movie is coming out. I'm going to go see a preview of it tomorrow with a group of friends and then Malibu on Friday. I adore you guys. For the message for today, because, you know, guys, we love to have messages in the replay in the comment section. I want today's message to be clarity is always an improvement. Simple. That's the message I always say in class. Clarity is always an improvement. Sierra is better for this. Okay? Clarity is always an improvement. And to anybody else who is getting clarity this week, assume that it's working for your greater good, because now you're empowered to make better decisions. Okay? And to the Tauruses out there, there was a thing going around saying Taurus energy, we've had 7 years of really painful and jarring transitions, and that starting April 25th, the universe is about to take its foot off our neck. Well, that's great to know the universe is going to take its foot off my neck the morning after my birthday. That's wonderful. I can already feel that there's a tide turning. So if you are a Taurus sun, moon, or rising who feels like since 2018/2019 forward, shit's been real a lot, let's choose to believe that this shit is going to let up. Because if we're right, then yay, we get to celebrate and be relieved earlier. And if we're wrong, then we get to still celebrate and add some levity to a heavy situation. Either way, I don't see anything wrong with being joyous right now. So to the Tauruses out there, sun, moon, and rising, if you have gotten your ass whooped for the last 7 years, give yourself permission to believe that it's finally over. Okay? Woosah. Love y'all. See y'all Friday on my birthday or whatever. Ooh. Sorry. I'm just really excited about my birthday all of a sudden. All right, I gotta go because I want to go lay down. Love y'all. Bye, family.